Good morning. My first round as Deputy Mayor for 2024. And I'd like to begin by acknowledging that the municipality of Jasper is on Treaty 6 and 8 territories, as well as the Jasper House Métis District. This land is the traditional territory, meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home to the Teneza, Assiniboine, Winawak, Assiniboine, Nehawk, Nehawak, Anishinaabe, Secwepemc, Stony Nakota, Mountain Métis, and Métis. The municipality of Jasper acknowledges the land to honor the relationship Indigenous people have with this land, to remind us of our responsibility and obligations to this place and to Indigenous peoples, and to affirm our accountability to address the ongoing impacts of colonization that continue to affect Indigenous people. I'd also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge a special day this week. On Friday, it is Early Childhood Educators Day. Early childhood educators lay the groundwork for a child's successful future. The interactions they have with children and the experiences and activities they provide in the classroom and in the community affect the development of the brain architecture of each child, which then provides the foundation for all their future learning, behavior, and health. In Jasper, we have an exceptional team of educators at Wildflowers. It brings me joy every day as I see them leading the children on adventures in the community, exposing the children to so much that Jasper has to offer. I am grateful that this profession is finally receiving the respect it deserves, but I also know there is quite a ways yet to go. And maybe next year there'll be a whole week dedicated to this profession. With that, I'll go to the agenda and wondering if there are any additions. Councillor Demoga.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I'd like to say that. I would like to add an agenda item if we have a chance to address it today. And I would suggest, or I'd like to request moving 11, adjournment to agenda item number 12, and thus replacing number 11 with a closed session discussion, HR committee update.
Okay.
And that would be of the human resources teachers for clarification. And if we don't have time, then we would suggest at that point when we get there, probably defer to next week or refer to next week.
Is everyone okay with that addition? I'll call all in favor. We need to now approve any further additions. We'll move now then to approval of the May 14th, 2024 Committee of the Whole agenda. Councillor Hall, all in favor? The April 23rd, is there any business arising from the minutes of the April 23rd Committee of the Whole minutes that were approved May 7th? Then we move on to delegations, and seeing none, with correspondence, none. We move on to new business. 7.1 Clean Energy Improvement Program business case for Jasper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer. On behalf of administration, good morning. We obviously have a full agenda today, so although we have some complex topics, we'll try to make sure that we get through them in a timely manner. So I will hit the highlights of this report and the business case and leave the majority of the time for council to have discussion on the item. So back in December of 2022, council raised the concept of a clean energy improvement, or CEIP, program for Jasper. CEIP is a financing mechanism that allows property owners of residential or commercial properties to undertake energy efficiency or green energy initiatives on their property, and to essentially finance that improvement over time through repayment through their property taxes or a levy, a special levy on their property taxes. In this way, that improvement cost is spread out over all of the owners of that property. One of the main barriers to making these kinds of improvements is the upfront capital cost, which deters some people from making them. And often they have a long payback period, and people may consider the fact that they might not always live in that same property. So the SEEP program seeks to address that by allowing the cost of the improvements to stay with the property, whether even though it may be sold over the course of the repayment period. To date, 27 Alberta municipalities have SEEP bylaws in place, 17 of which have active programs. In the attached business case, you'll see that Jasper's upfront cost of participation would be approximately $15,000, $14,762, which would include onboarding fee, and then there'd also be some staff operational costs associated with setting up the program. Based on estimates from Alberta municipalities, the typical residential program projects in other communities have been around that $30,000 mark. And the cost of financing a project like that, including interest over a 25-year period, would be approximately $45,000. The municipality, the impact on the municipality is negligible in terms of the operational cost. The municipality can choose a number of different methods to finance a SEEP program. We could choose to borrow funds through our typical borrowing processes through the Government of Alberta. We could choose to leverage existing savings or reserve funds that the municipality has. Or we could choose to seek external borrowing or grant funding through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. In any case, the municipality is able to pass on any interest costs through the program direct to the homeowner, the property owner. And so there is a no net cost or expense to the municipality. And the municipality can collect a small fee of approximately $750 based on an average sort of use case. It's important to note that should the municipality borrow any money to capitalize the program, the provincial government has explicitly changed the debt limit regulations so that any borrowing to support SEEP programs does not count against the municipal debt limit. So they've actually amended provincial legislation because they want Albertans to be able to take advantage of these programs. They want to be able to support municipalities. And because the repayment is tied to the property in the same way the property taxes are, the government acknowledges that it should not have an impact on municipal borrowing limits. So I won't go into the rest of the details of the business case. I'm certain that council members have read it. The recommendation from administration is that committee receive this report for information and the business case for information, and direct administration draft a SEEP bylaw to support a residential program. So there is an existing item on motion action list about the development of a SEEP bylaw. The nuance here is that administration is recommending that in our context at this time, we should focus on the residential component rather than the commercial component. Alberta municipalities has identified that the commercial component and commercial installations are typically much larger. And that would be something that I think council and administration would need to analyze the sort of relative merits of it in more detail before advancing them. So administration here is recommending that you clarify that, yes, you would like us to develop the bylaw and the financing mechanism to be able to support a residential program. I'm going to pause there, Deputy Mayor Waxer, to allow for any discussion or questions. I also just want to acknowledge that being able to get this report to council today, I know it was a long time coming and we actually had to ask a few times for council to hold it over. But it comes today because we have been able to fill our energy and environment manager position. Mona Eldabi has been a great help in assembling this report. I know that she's watching today. I told her she wasn't going to have to speak or present today for council, but I just want to thank her for her efforts in putting together the business case that's in front of you today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Mills.
Yeah, sure. I'll jump in there and start it off. I really appreciate the dedication to actually getting this in front of us. And I understand the hurdles that it took to get it here. And this is a great proposal or report in front of us. Thank you for that, because it was my original motion that kind of set this in motion. Could you just speak to, just for the record and for the public, could you share some examples of what improvements would qualify under the program? And sorry, just when I have the mic, second question would be, would there be a cap to the application? So I'm looking at the business case and it kind of suggests 7 per year. Is that a cap, or is that just a approximation of what we could see?
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Wilson. So the program can really fund a wide variety of improvements to properties. The start of the process, I think important to acknowledge, is an energy audit of the property. That's a required step in the process, so that a qualified professional comes in and assesses the property to identify where it is in terms of energy consumption to start, and then makes recommendations for appropriate improvements. But those improvements can include anything like mechanical systems, things like insulation, changes to windows, doors, and obviously green energy improvements and solar panels would be some of the most obvious examples. And the estimate of the program size, I think, was your second question. So again, going through the Alberta municipalities data of other communities that have programs, we've been able to say, okay, based on the amount of projects that are underway or completed and the amount of financing that was committed to those projects, here's the average size. And then we had to make a bit of an estimate about how many Jasper properties may access the program in the first year. And admittedly, that is an estimate. And so if council wanted to capitalize the program to a greater or lesser extent, obviously that would be your prerogative, and we could do that when we brought forward the bylaw. Obviously, having more money available in any given year would mean that more property owners could participate. You'll see in the business case that administration identified approximately 150,000 a year in required financing for 7 programs. So at a 200,000 per year, we'd have probably closer to 9 projects available per year, which would be pretty significant in Jasper's context in terms of the size of our community.
Thank you for that. Off the top of your head, do you know if it would be restricted to new builds, or sorry, existing buildings, or new builds? I think it would probably get a little bit more. Anyway, sorry.
Deputy Mayor Waxer, so I don't know the specific to that. I would want to check to confirm, but understanding that a required step in the program is the energy audit, that would suggest to me that it needs to be a property that exists. So so the first step would be to say, what is the energy performance of this building as it exists today? And if it's still under construction, I think that would imply at least that would qualify. But I can certainly confirm that and come back to council with more information.
Other councillors. Councillor Demoda.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just I think through you to CEO, given maybe a two-step question. First being, if we decide to go with the recommendation, does that mean today committing to the $15,000 towards the initial uptake in the program?
Mayor Waxer, for Councillor Demoda, no, it does not. So really the direction today would entail administration working to develop the draft bylaw. And it wouldn't be until we pass the draft bylaw and move forward with actually setting up the program that would entail those upfront program costs.
All right, and I guess second, just because my memory isn't serving me well, as far as the budgetary implication of that particular $15,000, although not, big in comparison to the size of the budget. Was that already factored in? And then if not, where would those funds come from? Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Demota. No, there isn't. The 2024 budget doesn't have dedicated funding for this. So administration would have to identify a source of funding. At the $14,000 level, that's something that's likely manageable across a number of different areas of the organization, but we would be happy to come back to council and identify where we would draw those funds from, but it would be from within the existing approved budget envelope.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about not the initial cost, but the ongoing cost. While we would collect, give or take, $750 per project, and then the interest accrued to that over time would come to the municipality. What would be in the list of soft costs? There's a number of staff items and so on that would be involved. Is there an estimate of what the soft cost would be as it relates to staff time, other, legal costs that may be required for us to set this up, dealing with also the program itself and the government? So, the initial 15 it can be found, but then we'd have to budget for or plan for the additional ongoing costs.
Sorry. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer. So, no, administration doesn't have an estimate of the soft costs. These are really activities that we undertake through the course of the year. We have ongoing legal costs here or there. We have departmental budgets for those types of things. And so this would be just really integrated into that ongoing work. It's important to note that Alberta municipalities actually acts as the program administrator. So they undertake a fair bit of significant responsibilities. Jasper's contribution is really that focus on the local program administration, like securing the capital for the program, looking up property tax payment history when somebody applies to be a part of the program. And again, these are things that we do through the regular course of business. And so it would be essentially a negligible additional operational expense.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I think I got one last question. Well, maybe a two-part. It's just about sale of the house. If the owner does choose to sell, is there any evidence or information out there on houses that have sold that are participating in this program? And does the muni then have a caveat on title in that regard, or do we have the mechanisms to just transfer the loan to that next owner, purchaser?
He'll give him.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Wilson. So maybe the best way to think about this would be through another tool that council and the community would be familiar with. It's essentially a very, very localized local improvement levy. So council's familiar with local improvement levies where improvements to municipal infrastructure, on the public property are made and at least partially financed by a levy on the property owner that directly benefit that are adjacent to it. And so that works through the property tax system. And as the property is bought and sold, it just naturally accrues to the next owner. There's obviously some administrative burden associated with transferring that, but it is the same as transferring the property taxes to a new owner. And so there is no need to register that land titles or anything like that. It isn't actually specific to the, it isn't specific to the, I'll say it isn't specific to the house, but it is more akin to property tax, and it is almost exactly like a local improvement levy, except that it only applies to one property, not multiple properties. And for improvements on that specific property, not improvements to the public lands. So the burden of transferring it is quite minimal, and something that we do already for a number of the other local improvement levies that we have in place.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And with a local improvement levy, like, is it up to the purchaser to realize that that's in place, or does the muni notify? Well, the muni doesn't notify a purchaser. I guess the seller may have, or should, I guess, convey that information to the prospective purchaser.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Wilson. So certainly the municipality wouldn't have a role in that. You know, the municipality could provide that information to realtors or purchasers who wanted to make an inquiry. It would be essentially public information the same way that property taxes are. So the municipality wouldn't have a proactive role of informing a potential purchaser about the expenses associated with the purchase of a property, in the same way that a property owner that's looking to sell is, you know, has an obligation to disclose things about a property. I think they would have that similar obligation. And purchaser has required to do their due diligence about a property and investigate things like, well, how much are the property taxes on this property that I'm thinking of buying? That would apply here as well. Thank you.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, and through you to Mr. Given, and just continuing on the same point raised by Councillor Wilson. What is expected to happen in a situation where within the 25 years, the house is sold? I understand the transfer of the local improvement tax, just like laneway paving. But what if a new buyer decides to demolish the house and rebuild, and so the benefit is gone? Is that something that would simply be addressed in the bylaw? What happens in that sort of scenario, assuming that there are potentially lots of older homes that could benefit now, but they won't be there forever, and they may not even be there for the 25-year period?
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Mayor Ireland. So that's something, again, administration could come back with more detail on. It's a bit of an unusual case. It's certainly something that's possible, but I know that the program requires the property to have insurance to cover the cost of the property, and, you know, a number of other factors. I'm not sure that any of our research identified that as a consideration, and that's something we would come back to council with additional information on. I think the argument would be that the improvements should match the economic life of the property that they're being attached to. You know, I think that if the value of the property is so low that it's not likely to have a useful lifespan that would match the improvements that are being proposed to be made, that must be under consideration in the program somewhere. But that's not a piece of information I have at hand.
All right, thank you for that. And I appreciate a number of these details will perhaps get sorted out in the bylaw, assuming that council moves this forward. With respect to self-financing, which seems attractive to me, is that also something that can be provided in the bylaw when it comes to us? I just like to compare that better with other types of financing, but self-financing from reserve seems to have great potential.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Mayor Ireland. Certainly if council gives us direction to develop a bylaw, administration would do that detailed financial analysis of the options available. Because the bylaw essentially serves as that notice of intended borrowing. The bylaws typically will speak to how the program is intended to be financed, and will often, I think, authorize the borrowing that's required, as well as sort of the interest rate that you'd be borrowing at. So in advance, or along with that bylaw, administration would bring forward recommendations on whether we would have a mix of borrowing from external sources and self-financing. And it would be a requirement of the bylaw to identify what the interest rate is. So those are details that we would absolutely put together and do the analysis to give us some optionality when we present.
Thank you for that. Two more quick questions, if I may. You mentioned an audit in response to one question. I take it that's the Enter Guide home evaluation that's listed in the report. So is it correct to assume that every applicant would have to have an energy audit of the home first? And would that cost, that $1,000 cost that's estimated, would that be financed in the same way? A local improvement levy against the property?
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Yes, so that is a requirement of the program. Again, as I was saying, that the energy audit is to sort of establish the baseline so that an estimate of the benefit of the improvements can be made afterwards. That estimated $1,000 cost is a part of the first year commitment of the program applicant. So in the first year of a hypothetical, and this is in section 3.4 of the business case. In the first year, for an applicant that had an average $30,000 capital improvement that they're planning to undertake, the first year cost would be approximately $4,222. That would be made up of the program fee that they would be paying. And that fee would be split between Alberta municipalities and the municipality of Jasper. Their first year repayment, and then that $1,000 energy guide. So they basically have to pay that up in the first year. And the ongoing payment costs over the 25-year period would be just over $1,700 for that hypothetical $30,000 project.
Thank you for that. I swear the very last question I have, on page 11 of our electronic agenda, there's a section right at the top, revenue. And the sentence just ends. It's incomplete, and I wonder whether, I think we can infer what is probably intended, but for the benefit of the public, it might be useful to confirm how that sentence ought to end.
Your worship, page 11, as we go through drafting these reports, we try to identify what the best, most logical place for, for information is. The sentence fragment that you're talking about on page 11 is under revenue, and it says, assuming an equal split of the administrative fee the municipality would collect that. That sentence fragment was left over as we replaced that in later on in the report. Into the summary on page 14, the last sentence says, assuming an equal split of the 5% administrative fee, the municipality would collect approximately $750, as well as recouping its full capital expense and the associated interest.
Thank you very much. The record is complete. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I wonder, would mobile homes qualify? Because I know they fall under different rules with lending institutions. Only certain banks will mortgage, and this might be where it's because of the life of the building. This might be kind of to Mayor Ireland's point of, because I know lots of people that own trailers that would love new windows, but they're tearing their trailer down in 10 years to build. Not sure how that would work.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, for Councillor Hall. That's a good question. I think that's really aligned with the question raised by Mayor Ireland with respect to, in a case where someone might demolish a home. That's probably the example that might come up most frequently in Jasper. Certainly administration can take that back and get some more detail. I don't know off the top of my head whether the program allows for different repayment periods, or different amortization periods. Everything I've seen, I think, has been focused more on the larger ones where you want them spread over a longer term, like 25 years. We will have to come back with whether a shorter amortization period is possible and whether the type of home makes any difference. But certainly we can bring that information back if council wishes us to come forward with the bylaw.
Councillor Shimoda.
Thank you. Even though a bylaw hasn't been made yet and we haven't made a motion on it yet, I'm just curious if there's an opportunity to attach the link that's in the agenda in some sort of promotion on our website, whether it's maybe through council highlights, just to say, you know, this is what council's considering, you know, just so that there's the sense out there that this council isn't just about spending all the time. We're leveraging opportunities to improve, you know, the community in efforts like this. So I think that there, you know, we can have some efforts in trying to get some positive feedback from the community. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, hopefully I'm not too premature, but I would make the motion that.
Excuse me,
Okay.
I had a couple of questions, if that's okay, then I'll come back to you. I had two questions. One, could this program work in tandem with grant programs from other levels of government?
So the example that I've seen the most often is municipalities leveraging green municipal funds through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So those green municipal funds are essentially federal funds that have been provided to FCM to support green projects. But that really is around the program capitalization, so that the municipality using those funds to essentially help set up the pool of money that can be loaned to individual property owners. I'm not aware of whether additional funds could be added from other programs, like if the homeowner can choose to leverage other funding. That's another, so essentially grant stacking. That's something that we can do some research on and come back.
Thank you for that. And my final question, I know that a pre-assessment is required, but is a post-assessment also required? And does a level of improvement need to be achieved in order to, through that post-assessment, to be eligible for the program?
To my knowledge, no, there's no requirement for a post-assessment. It is just the pre-assessment. I haven't seen that in any of the information from Alberta municipalities. Basically, the intent of the program is to say, get a professional in to identify the highest and best improvements to be made to the property and evaluate the energy returns from those improvements that you propose to make. And then the program finances making those improvements.
Thank you for that. Over to you, Councillor Mills.
Thank you. Well, I'd be willing to make the motion that committee receive the Clean Energy Improvement Program business case for information, as well as that committee direct administration to draft a CIP bylaw to support a residential program.
Any debate? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Moving on then to 7.2, the compliance deposit waiver request. CAO Kevin.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I'll speak to this, and councillors Demota and Wilson may wish to speak to it as well, as it's coming from the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation. The JMHC met last week and received a report with respect to the requirement for compliance deposits under the Parks Canada permitting system. The JMHC is recommending that council request Parks Canada waive or modify its compliance deposit requirement for the Canada Affordable Housing Project to support the development of affordable housing within the municipality of Jasper. So very briefly, Parks Canada regulations require compliance deposits towards development in the community. Their compliance deposit fees are equal to 15% of the proposed construction value for the first $100,000 of a project and 5% on the balance. In the case of the proposed 40-unit Connaught development, those compliance deposit fees are estimated to be just under $1 million, $967,000. This amount of money is essentially held and returned back to the builder, the developer, once the project is complete and the developer can demonstrate that they've met all of Parks Canada's requirements. And it is returned with interest. So again, it is not a ultimate cost to a project, but it is a significant barrier when you're talking that amount of money, particularly for an affordable housing project. In the case of the Connaught project, that would be money that the municipality, through our funding sources, needs to, the municipality and JMHC need to identify where we're going to get the $967,000, whether it is through leveraging extra grants or borrowing, but essentially ties up that money during the construction project, only to be returned after the construction project. And you can see how that really impacts the viability of the project when you're going forward for financing. You're essentially having to ask for an extra $1 million that you're not going to use. So the JMHC is recommending that council request parks provide some kind of waiver through policy on that. There are a number of other municipal governments that do similar. Cities of Grand Prairie and Airdrie both have policies that explicitly identify that for affordable housing projects. And again, that is the explicit intent to say affordable housing projects, which there's a definition of that, with under provincial rules. If you're doing that kind of project, then you qualify for a waiver of this type of compliance fee. Or other fees in the case of other municipalities. So in essence, this is a tool that is used by many communities to help advance affordable housing by removing some of the upfront barriers. Essentially, there's a cost to the developer to hold that money, and it would benefit the Connaught Affordable Housing Project if Parks Canada was able to provide a waiver of that requirement. Additionally, it should be noted that this approach is similar to what some communities are doing in order to qualify for federal housing accelerator funding. It's an example of how a authority having jurisdiction, the regulator can develop some sort of housing policy that helps advance affordable housing construction. So that's the issue in a nutshell. That current regulations require nearly $1 million to be held during the development of the project. Other municipalities across the province have examples of where they waive these deposit fees in order to be able to support affordable housing. And the JMHC is recommending that council formally request that Parks Canada take the same approach in support of the Connaught Affordable Housing Project.
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Wilson.
I'm in support of this our particular project, the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation's project, but I would also most likely be in support of it and others. Like, I'm reading through the City of Grand Prairie's policy, and there's considerations here, whereas building permit fees may be waived, or development permit fees may be waived, even subdivision application fees may be waived. And if it is in essence for affordable housing, why maybe it's not just the municipality or council requesting a waiver or of the compliance fee for this project, but for projects of this sort, and then we could have a larger kind of structure to it. Maybe it's first off, let's ask for the waiver on ours, but I think we should follow that up with any other projects that would meet the requirements of that we set out. I feel that we should open it up to the public as well, if at all possible, because it doesn't seem as if this is just for municipally owned corporations. This is for developers that are developing affordable or accessible or sustainable housing.
CAO.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Wilson. Certainly, if council wants to, request that Parks Canada consider a broadened scope, or that it should be a more ongoing program, that's certainly within your, within your rights. The JMHC is obviously concerned with the specific project that it's trying to advance, and that's why I think the scope is specific to that. That may be a pilot project approach, or maybe there's a second part to this motion. That might be something along the lines of and request that Parks Canada investigate other fees that may be waived in support of affordable housing projects. or, and that parks develop an ongoing program to provide fee waivers for affordable housing projects. Something along those lines, either one of those could be sort of good additional parts of the motion. I think it would be useful to identify the primary concern about the project that we have in front of us. While also suggesting that they should look at a broader policy approach, just so that we don't get tied into the what could end up being a long process of developing a very broad-based program. We would hate to miss the boat on the specific, they may have more latitude to deal with a one-off while they develop a larger program.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and I definitely want to move our initiative forward. But this does fall into, conversations we've had with Parks Canada lately about what we can be doing together, parks as well as community, to initiate or to help alleviate the housing crisis. And I think this might be an avenue we can collaborate on. And so, yeah, that's all I got right now.
Councillor Demoda.
Thank you. And along similar lines, I'm hoping that Parks Canada, being a federal agency, understands that this is kind of in alignment with, what the higher levels are trying to achieve in getting affordable housing and housing period into communities across Canada. And the commitment that the Prime Minister has made recently. And having said that, it's great that we have information to support our request on other communities. I'm just wondering, for the sake of this discussion, through you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, to CAO Given, if we have any information on precedent that has been set within municipality in Alberta that's within a federal park system, i.e. Banff, if they've had achieved similar results in requests like this for their affordable housing.
CAO Given.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Demoda. So I don't have any information on that at this time. Maybe at the JMHC board meeting, the Municipal Housing Coordinator shared information about that. That's certainly something we can research, but we don't have that as one of the examples that we're able to find a standing policy on. I think the difference would be that in the Banff context, as long as this issue has been, for the amount of time that this approach has been sort of leveraged, Banff has always had control of land use planning authority. And so they, as a municipality, would have been in control of these types of fees and levies. So anything in Banff would have been more similar to choices that any other municipality like Grand Prairie or Erie would have made. And Parks Canada probably wouldn't have had the same complication that we would have in having to ask them to make that change on our behalf.
That's good information to have, and I appreciate that. It totally makes sense that whole land use and planning component does factor in, because if we had that, we could say, well, we'll just waive that. We can't, so there we go.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. On that same point, I will begin by saying that I favor the recommendation in principle, but in terms of process, I wonder why it's come in this form. If we had, as a municipality, control over land use and planning, I would expect that the recommendation would be that we develop a policy to allow either for-profit or non-profit entities that are going to engage in the construction of affordable housing to apply for a waiver. So in this case, I wonder why we don't support an application by the JMHC to Parks Canada, rather than, typically it would be the developer that would make the application for waiver. And if we had control, we would be in a position to have a policy to accept those applications. We've created the Jasper Municipal Housing Corporation, and I appreciate it's a municipally controlled corporation, but it is to a large extent intended, I think, to be a standalone corporation. So if it's the developer, why would it not apply to Parks Canada for a waiver? And we support that. Because otherwise, if we ever get to a point where we're looking at this as the Land Use Development Authority, which sometime we hope to get there, then we wouldn't be making applications on our own behalf, but we would welcome applications by developers, whether they're for-profit or non-profit. So I'm just curious as to the process that JMHC doesn't make the application itself with a request that as council, we support that application.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Mayor Ireland. I think the intent here is a government policy discussion rather than a project proponent to regulator discussion. The intent here is for, and again, I think either approach could work. Certainly, the JMHC could apply independently, but that application would be, there's a risk that application could be seen to be just a individual project proponent asking for special treatment. I think the weight of council making that request is that the local government, the democratically elected local government body is identifying a policy direction that they would like our federal partners to take. So there's a little bit, I mean, it's maybe splitting hairs, but I think that it would likely carry more weight in that second version, in the sort of framing of the motion here, that the municipality and council are requesting that parks take this policy approach and then apply to this specific project, rather than a self-interested project proponent saying, please give me special treatment. And again, that might be a bit of nuance, because obviously as a wholly owned corporation, JMHC is certainly advancing a project on behalf of council, but ultimately on behalf of the community. And I think this idea of the elected body of the community speaking to the federal agency and saying, this is a policy approach we would like you to take. Oh, and by the way, we want you to apply it to this first project.
All right, thank you for that. I just wonder though whether that is an indication of self-interest. I mean, what if there was another entity, a for-profit entity in the community that wanted to build affordable housing, but we don't have the same connection? Would we not give a signal that we would be supportive of anyone applying for a waiver of fees for the construction of affordable housing, not just when it suits our self-interest, it suits community interest, and it doesn't really matter whether it's JMHC or some for-profit entity, that if they want to construct affordable housing, we should be supportive.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Mayor Ireland. I think maybe that comes into where the sort of a second motion would come in, where the municipality would, by a council motion could say, and parks, in addition to sort of investigating this for this, sort of first project, we want you to investigate this approach more broadly and to be more generally available. So, I think that would be the follow-on. I certainly do want to, make sure that council's aware of the fact that we have a very specific project that we're looking to advance. And so I think administration would certainly agree that setting a precedent like that should lead to a policy that would be more broadly available with specific definitions that, would be something that people could apply for. I certainly wouldn't disagree with that at all. I would say that larger policy discussion shouldn't be at the expense of trying to do something now to benefit the project that we have on the books. So I think it's sort of an in addition to rather than an either or.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that was going to be my answer as well. I wanted to jump in there, but and I'm willing to make a two-part motion, but I don't want to do that just yet.
Councillor Melnick. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. And just for clarity for myself, the corporation has been set up and we've got a project. Have we resolved the land transfer fee in this project? In other words, do we have the land from Parks? So in other words, we have two situations that have to be resolved with Parks Canada. One is what will be that, pardon me, what would be the eventual cost of a transfer of land for us to be able to do this project? And then the additional burden of $1 million of a fee to ensure that at the end of the project, we're complying with what we're agreeing to. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to coordinate resolving both of these.
Councillor Given.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Melnick. So the land transfer fee is currently in process. So the municipality has engaged a appraiser that received instructions from Parks Canada about the limitations that are on the land. That appraiser will come back with a appraisal value of what the value of the land is, and then from there we have a basis for discussion about what the release fee should be. The release fee or the appraised value of the land will likely be reflective of the limited use, right? The limited revenue potential coming due to all the restrictions of the affordable housing project that we're proposing. My suggestion would be that the items should be kept separate because it is quite common for affordable housing projects to benefit from the contribution of land at less than market value, at either free or less than market value, and waivers such as what's being proposed here. So I would recommend against starting to tie issues together because there's the potential that somebody might take a view that a less than market value release fee is good enough support for a project when, as you can see in some of the policies here, there's actually quite broad base support in other communities, which may include contribution of land. Like that's a very basic approach that many municipalities use, is taking existing municipally owned property and giving it at no cost to affordable housing projects. So and then they will also waive fees on top of that. So just I would caution against tying them together. But the land release process is underway right now, starting with that appraisal.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Given. And the reason I bring it up is I just want to highlight the challenges we're having in moving forward a project in our jurisdiction, and we're working hand in hand, and there are steps that have to be made. And, you know, I'm waiting for a motion to be presented to support the next part of this, and keeping them separate, I totally understand. But it is a process for us to be able to achieve a development of affordable municipal housing.
Any further questions? Councillor Wilson.
I'd make a motion that committee recommend council request Parks Canada waive or modify its compliance deposit requirement for the Connaught Affordable Housing Project to support the development of affordable housing within the municipality of Jasper. And I'll tie this one together, but it's a two-part motion, and the second part being that council requests that Parks Canada review the potential to establish an ongoing program to waive or modify other fees and levies to support affordable housing projects in general.
Any debate? Councillor Demoto.
Just maybe lean on the mayor here a little bit on the potential of splitting this, or one being tied to the other if we do it in one motion. Just I hate to, actually no, it doesn't matter. I retract that. Answer my question as I was saying. I'll support.
Would, is everyone clear on the second part of the motion? Okay, then I'll call, any other debate? I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Moving on then to S Block Parking Winter Season Service Update. Director Nadeau.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to report back on our pilot project that we ran this winter in the S Block parking lot. So that's the parking lot located immediately adjacent to the tracks, the paved parking lot. And we have seen somewhat low usage of that facility since it opened in 2020. So we've been looking at creative ways to increase the use, increase the revenue, while respecting the motions and directives that we received from council. And happy to report that we had about 13 residents who parked their recreational vehicles for the most part over the winter, so for a 6-month term. And so that increased our usage of the facility and generated some revenue. The biggest challenge we ran into is that the large stalls are the ones that are in high demand by far. We've prioritized the commercial users there. All of the commercial stalls that we have leased are large stalls. Big demand for the large stalls. We just don't have very many. So we have 13 large stalls and 42 small stalls. So I would suggest that leasing the small stalls to residents over the winter did not interfere with the commercial demand for the parking lot. And that despite some success with that pilot project, we're still seeing a lot of empty stalls just sitting there. So now that we have a bit more data, and I think the biggest learning is that the large stalls are the ones that are in high demand. I would like to bring your attention to the recommendations in the report, so that committee direct administration to continue maximizing usage and revenue opportunities for stalls in the S Block parking lot until the permanent program is implemented. So what we're asking here is to give administration the latitude to continue leasing those stalls as best as we can through leasing them to residents. We've extended the winter pilot program on a monthly basis so far. So we've allowed for a 1-month extension. People were asking if they had to leave. And we said, well, as long as we don't have competing use for those stalls, why not? But before we continue going that way, we thought we should come to you and sort of check in on that. So until we develop a permanent program to continue trying to do whatever we can to get them used and get some revenue. And then the second recommendation is that committee direct administration to develop a proposal to better utilize the S Block parking lot, including project scope and budget, and report at a future committee meeting. So what we're driving for there is that if we wanted to come up with a permanent proposal that would increase usage and increase revenue, we probably need a capital project in there. May not be very significant, could be pretty small, but the way it is currently configured, because of some of the construction design decisions that were made in relation to the Parks Canada standards, we can't just use line painting to reconfigure as we would be able to do in most of our other parking lots. It is not the case in that one specifically. Our team has a pretty good idea of what we'd like to see in there, but we would also like to consult with our partners and make sure that what we see is actually what the business community sees and could use, but also discuss with Parks and try to see what we could do there from a land use and approvals perspective. So I guess we're asking to continue to develop our programs, lease them to residents, use them for long-term parking as part of paid parking is the other service we've been providing in there. So anyone who needs to park for more than 72 hours can do so in designated stalls there. We're running that program through Hotspot and charging the day rate for parking lots through that program. So we've seen some revenue there as well. But yeah, how to lease those small stalls is not that obvious. There's not that much of a demand for them. We're doing what we can, but we're thinking that, like I said, I don't want to go into too much detail about what our community needs might be, but some kind of pull-through situation, so we could use it for potentially the rafting buses or the Rocky Mountaineers, type businesses, or just reconfigure to get more large stalls, whereas the demand seems to be. So again, in consultation with our community partners, we could come up with a plan there. And I guess the other item to mention is that the demand for the large stalls does align with the demand for the storage lots. So the permanent storage lots, which are full, we have a wait list that is upwards of 70 users. And a lot of them have large units that would not fit into the small stalls in this parking lot. So again, sort of solidifying the demand for larger stalls, which we only have 13 so far. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Nadon. Questions from councillors? Councillor Jamoda.
Break the awkward silence. I was waiting. I want to go later than first all the time. Through you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, to Director Nadon. From my recollection, the initial concept of developing this lot, paving paradise, it was a green space. I don't know if it was too much of paradise, but was to get a lot of the commercial vehicles that were errantly parked in the community and in S block off of public property and into a designated space. And from what I understand, some of the challenges are that there's no power there. So for plugging in over the winter time, diesel vehicles are challenged. And for some of those commercial operators, it's not a viable space. And I'm just wondering, do we have compliance issues in the community with commercial operators still? And is there an opportunity there to leverage that to fill spots up? And then part of that, I guess that's the first part. And then the second part, is there an opportunity within that capital recapitalize commitment to maybe provide some electrical outlets there for those situations where people can rent spots to plug in diesel vehicles or whatever they might need that for? Thank you.
Director Nadon.
Deputy Mayor Waxer, through to Councillor Demota, thank you for the question. I'll start with the enforcement and compliance aspect in the community. My understanding is that commercial parking in town is not so much an issue, as in we're not seeing a lot of that. So I'm talking residential streets within the town site. Stand Right Drive, so S Block itself is a bit of a different scenario, but there's other challenges there, including sort of the lack of delineation between what is public property and what is private property. So some of the vehicles that are parked along the edges, are they actually encroaching onto public lands, or are they fully parked on private leaseholds? And this is a bit of a land use challenge where you'll notice there's no line painting in this block. And we've attempted to sort of clarify where those lines are, and it would be a pretty big endeavor, a pretty big project to actually formally delineate where that is so we could enforce. So commercial parking at large in the community, not so much a problem. Is there something we could do in S Block? Maybe, but not easily, is sort of where that is. And so in terms of driving commercial demand for stalls in the parking lot, like I said, we have a limitation around, we only have so many large stalls and they were all rented. If we have more large stalls, I believe we could lease more. We do get requests for them and we can't accommodate them because we don't have enough large stalls. But having that said, we have lost some users in terms of they rented stalls from us, but then they found a better deal somewhere else on private leaseholds and are now parking their vehicles there. So it's a competitive marketplace, if you will. If you're a commercial user looking to park your vehicles, you'll go where the availability and the best rates are. And we've lost a few users that way, but we have filled them back up. Like I said, if we had more large stalls, we could probably fill more. So that speaks to the compliance and sort of demand for large stalls. And then in terms of power to the sites, that's the first I hear of that. So that's something that would come up in our engagement with the community. We just did that at the fire hall. So we added well, we replaced the pedestals that were there. Replacing existing where there's an existing power line there is somewhat manageable from a cost perspective. Without having any data, but we could look into it, what would it cost to bring power to those stalls is probably a larger scope capital item that then we were sort of considering internally in terms of, you know, knocking out some curves, doing a bit of paving, doing some line painting, could be accomplished relatively cheaply, but then adding power, I think would add another layer, but we could certainly scope that out or through our engagement with partners, determine what actual demand there is for that. But I can see your point for those vehicles in the winter.
Councillor Demota.
Well, so initially, I think council at the time was sold on a bill of goods that if we're gonna go endeavor in this project, it was to clean up the streets. And regardless of the difficulty it is to delineate whether you're on private or public property, you know, I wish that would have been in consideration at the time. And if it was, and that was part of the sales pitch, then, you know, I kind of wish we'd beat it. Having said that, I know that we're in this situation we are now, we can't really rectify that. So, you know, my goal is to, you know, maximize the use of that. And if there's a way that we can do it in a cost-effective manner and take care of maybe what we initially set out to do and maximize those spaces at the same time. I'm all for trying to get full use out of, you know, those types of initiatives, especially if we spent all that effort to go and pave that area. You know, we're probably not gonna get every endeavor right the first time we go. And like this, it's part of the evolution of what we've done. And we've realized some of the challenges and, you know, I'm all for supporting going forward, but I also want to, you know, stay in line with what the initial concept was for and, you know, get commercial vehicles or vehicles that are in public spaces off of public space, clean things up. Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there a councillor willing to make a motion? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I first want to thank Director Nadal and administration for the report and trying to maximize the use of the smaller stalls. It intrigues me that, you know, if we do some capital work, we might be able to increase revenue, and those longer stalls would then be then leased at the higher rate year round, as opposed to the special rate over the short winter period. So I can see with that trade-off between the capital investment and the payback on that. Like, I'd like to look at this, if we're going to invest a capital program, what's the payback on it? 3 years, 5 years? We may find it's a good use of funds, and then we'll start to generate more revenue when we do have more of those larger stalls, which we rent at the $275 right now a month. So I think I have that wrong. The larger stalls are rented at a higher rate per month year round than the smaller stalls were, correct?
Deputy Mayor Waxer, through to Councillor Melnick, that is correct. The monthly commercial rate is $200 per month per stall. And you are correct that the $275 is the amount that we charge for a 6-month term for residents. So there is a significant difference there.
So as I say that, you know, I think I'd like to see administration go down that road and make a case for the capital improvement with the payback period. So we can understand if we're going to do this in 3.5 years or whatever, we'll see the return and we'll be maximizing the stalls into the future. And unless other councillors want to weigh in on that concept, I would be happy to make a motion, but I'll allow other councillors to comment on that idea of the return on investment.
Councillor Wilson.
Not really to weigh in on your question there, but just before you do make the motion, and I'm not sure what the motion will entail, but I don't support the suggestion of electricity. I think that's would be a substantial cost, and that means cutting asphalt and restructuring quite a bit. I am definitely in support of continuing to maximize usage, and I do see the need for many more larger stalls. I still do want to see priority given to commercial, but yes, if there's 70 or whatever number there is on the waiting list and potential of them using these stalls, it's just how do you prioritize commercial? Well, I think you're trying to do that and continue to do that, but also fill the stalls. I'm 100% in support of this.
Councillor Demota.
Well, I understand that the other municipal storage lots are going to be going through some upgrades over the summertime, and I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to keep those spots filled, although not maybe generating the revenue that you might want for this year, but for people juggling their vehicles and storage items around as each lot is being taken care of. Have the opportunity to maximize maybe some of those smaller spots for now until a new plan comes up. It's just a suggestion of mine. I'm not giving any direction. And to support the motion, if there's a proposal coming back, I want a little bit more than a hunch that just because the larger lots are full now, that we're gonna have the rest of them full because of the demand. Yes, there's a waiting list, but there was also a hunch that we were gonna get the S block lots cleaned up, and that's nothing on you. That wasn't your pitch. But I need a little bit more. That's all, but I'm supporting this.
Any further question? Councillor Wilson.
It just, I have to say it, there's no sales pitch. We, as council, whatever council did, requested to this commercial parking lot. We asked administration. We're not being pitched. We're not doing, like, nobody's pulling the wool over your eyes and selling you a bill. Like, it just kind of comes off a little bit like accusatory of whomever, whatever administration, but council initiated this through motion to.
If I may, version or sorry.
Councillor Demota.
Deputy. Yeah, however it came about, I remember the situation coming forward to council that we should have a new parking lot there. And that came from administration as a recommendation. So whether or not, council requested to go out and look for other opportunities, that's what came forward in my recollection. I'm not trying to be negatively accusatory. I just remembered signing up for something and we didn't completely fix it. So that's all I'm saying. It was a pretty expensive project.
Anything else? Maybe I'm over to you, Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and I am looking at the recommendation from administration. We have had a discussion about adding electricity, which is not in this particular proposal. I'm not going to include that in any motion at this point, understanding that that could be a very expensive add-on. For the fact also, we don't know what a final reconfiguration proposal might look like. Currently, we have the longer stalls that are being utilized, from what I understand, to the maximum without electricity. And we may be able to add more larger stalls and receive the revenue without electricity. So I'm going to move forward on that basis. And when I do this, I'm going to add that return on investment component. So we don't have just a budget, but to understand when we make this investment, that we're going to have an idea of when that return is going to be. So for administration to get ready, I am going to use the vast majority of what the recommendation here says, and that is that committee direct administration to continue maximizing usage and revenue opportunities for stalls in the S block parking lot until a permanent program is implemented, and that committee direct administration to develop a proposal to better utilize the S block parking lot, including project scope and budget for larger stalls with a return on investment, and a report at a future committee meeting.
Any debate? Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. No debate. I do support the motion. And this came before my time on council, but looks like this opened in 2020, a couple of years of pandemic. I think things weren't normal. Like this seems pretty new. So I appreciate the administration trying to figure it out and get it right. Because in reality, we probably have had it operating for maybe a couple of years in actual, regular circumstances. So I do support the motion and I appreciate administration.
Any further debate? I'll call the question then. All in favor? Approved unanimously. I'm thinking that now is a good time for a break. We will reconvene at 5 to 11. Thank you. We'll move on now to 7.4, paid parking exemptions for Indigenous people. And as I was reading the land acknowledgement this morning, I felt proud that this is in fact on our agenda today. CAO Given, would you like to speak? Oh, sorry, Director Reed.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Waxer and Council. So yes, indeed, the item before you is a paid parking exemption for Indigenous peoples. The recommendation is that committee recommend Council direct administration to waive paid parking fees for individuals or families who display a Parks Canada issued Indigenous park pass in their vehicle. There are alternatives. That committee receive the report for information, take no further action, or that committee direct administration to return to a future committee of the whole with additional information. In the efforts of brevity, so of course in the background, the equity, diversity, inclusion policy applies here for sure. The 5-year equity, diversity, inclusion master plan sets out how the policy would be actioned, and this of course falls into both of those documents. Recently, of course, we have waived Indigenous partners paid parking when they visit for those specific days of National Indigenous Peoples Day and National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Which of course is sort of administrative purview, but for something larger like this, council approval is required. So under discussion, Indigenous partners and Indigenous peoples in general visit the national park and the township of Jasper all year round. And the municipality of Jasper specifically at a recent event we had, we were able to visit with some of the partners that enjoy our park and that are traditional stakeholders of the area. And that event reminded us, we were given the lesson that paid parking is a thing that could, waiving paid parking is a thing that could contribute to reconciliation. And this decision would extend the privilege enjoyed by Jasper residents to all Indigenous peoples of Canada. The municipality, Parks Canada has provided the following statistics. So far in 2024, Parks Canada has given out almost 1,500 of these passes. And in 2023, there were 1,750 passes given to partners. Parks Canada also gives out passes at the gate to anyone who self-identifies as Indigenous. And so they gave these 6-month short-term passes out to 9,500 individuals or families in 2023. Inclusion considerations, of course, Indigenous peoples have a historical and ongoing connection to the land in Jasper National Park, and the town site of Jasper waiving these parking fees is one way we can acknowledge the truth that historically Indigenous peoples were forcibly removed from the area, and by waiving these fees, the municipality of Jasper would acknowledge the connection to the land and the right to be here without barrier. Of course, there's policy E115 and the parking authority bylaw that apply. We have strategic relevance connected to embracing our growing diversity, leverage and create opportunities for greater inclusion, and continue along the path of reconciliation. Funding to amend administrative processes related to paid parking in Indigenous park passes is within the 2024 operating budget. And of course, myself and Director Nadon are available for question.
Thank you, Director Reed, for a very well prepared report. I found that each and every question I had in my mind when I approached the reading of this was all included in the report, so I appreciate that. Councillors, are there questions? Councillor Wilson.
A few questions. Could you speak to the specific calls to action that this would kind of fall under? Has there been appropriate consultation with our Indigenous partners? And then I guess the third question, just because I got the mic, is you suggested that those that self-identify would be granted a Indigenous pass. What measures are in place so as this doesn't get, I guess, abused?
Deputy Mayor Waxer through to Councillor Wilson. So question one was, actually I already forgot question.
Sorry, I threw them all at you. Just for my knowledge and education, is this addressing certain calls, a certain call to action, or certain it's specific, like?
So I don't have the calls to action memorized, but there are the calls to action for municipalities all relate to enabling access. And so in this case, there are, I will say, likely 2 or 3 that directly relate of the ones that are specifically applied to municipalities. But overall, of course, the whole theme of truth and reconciliation is sort of righting the historic wrongs and allowing our First Nations to enjoy the same level of privilege that was taken from them. So the idea that paid parking fees create a barrier to historic connections is definitely going to be woven throughout the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report. So I could certainly bring back the direct connections, but of the 13, I believe, that are directly related to municipalities, you know, there's language like create relationships built on mutual recognition, respect, shared responsibility for maintaining those relationships. And so to your second question, have we consulted in the events that we were lucky or are grateful to have participated in 3 weeks ago now? The partners that were in attendance, and there were quite a few nations in attendance, indicated that this is a very simple move that we can make that will make a difference to them immediately. And given that there aren't really any barriers to us doing it, it's what we would, of course, call a quick win. And so that's why it appears for you now that consultation revealed this as a quick win that we could prioritize quickly. There were roughly, I think, about 40 concepts that were discussed with the partners at that event. And some of them are, you know, 5 to 10 year kind of projects. And some of them are, as this one is, a 5 sort of minute project. We can make this presentation to you and hopefully we've clearly justified it. And then your third question about possible abuse, I will say 2 things. One, it's Parks Canada's process, and Parks Canada, of course, with the horsepower that they have determined that the right way to do this is through the self-identification at the gate. And so in our case, we aren't going to create another structure that would either put more barriers in or would require us to create more, I guess, policies and procedures
that we don't have the same horsepower as a national parks organization. And in the Truth and Reconciliation, one of the other themes is that you accept that there may be abuses for the greater good. You would say, we wouldn't go into it looking for the abuse, we would go into it looking for the win. And so in this case, I can't speak to what Parks Canada's control of abuse might be. And for us, we just don't have the horsepower to sort of go down that path.
Councillor Demoda?
Were you basing that on just facial inflections
It
or?
was, I was picking up on subtle indicators.
All right, well, for me, I wonder, through you, Deputy Mayor to Director Reed, if any consultation's been done with Parks Canada itself and, you know, the first step in identification, how our municipal bylaw officers would identify the vehicles being parked. Are there, do all Indigenous identifying people with the right credentials get an automatic pass that's hanging, or is it a day pass? Is it an annual pass? How does it look? You know, and I'm just asking for the sake of how it's going to get operated within the community. For locals here, it's pretty easy. We go and register on hotspot, and then if our license plate gets scanned, it's like, okay, that person's a local next vehicle. That's the first part of my question. Whatever comes out from that, I'll ask the next one. So, thank you.
Director Nichols?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I can speak to the bylaw portion of the program, and so it is very much based on that hang tag Indigenous pass issued by Parks Canada being displayed in the vehicle is how the bylaw team will identify that those vehicles are exempt. So scan the plate, vehicle returns as unpaid, do a bit of a walk around, there's a pass hanging in the vehicle, it's exempt. So it would rely on that pass being displayed and fully rely on the Parks Canada program in that sense.
Councillor Demoda?
And then just communication, because I think that there might be some perceived misunderstanding, and I believe this doesn't happen all the time locally, but even with local people, the understanding that it's a 2-hour limit or on the street, and then whatever it is in the parking lot, that just because you have a free pass, and this applies to everybody that has like locally and stuff, that it's even to residents, when you're in that specific time zone, it's restricted to that time, and that's to help promote movement in front of businesses in the community, right?
Director Nadeau?
I guess the question is, how does that get communicated?
Deputy Mayor Waxer through to Councillor Demoda, we communicate that with our residents pretty clearly because we interact with them directly in the process of them obtaining their residential parking permit. The way we communicate it is through regulatory signage on street. I mean, is the formal answer. But also, as you know, our team is very much compliance focused and not so much enforcement driven. I mean, we do issue tickets, but compliance always comes first. And particularly in the context of our relationship with Indigenous peoples, I think I'm quite proud of the way our team is learning and embracing truth and reconciliation in that way. Having that said, if someone's parked on a crosswalk, there's only so much compliance we can do. So there are circumstances where it's not so much possible. So that's a good one though. How would we reach out, or how would we communicate with our Indigenous partners or peoples? And it's an area where we're developing our processes and something we could look at, but there's no formal plan in place other than regulatory signage and regular parking measures.
That's good. Just to follow up there, I had brought this forward a little while back, coming back from Community Futures when we were first starting out on this, and there is a councillor from a neighboring municipality that questioned that, and when I brought it forward, it was just considered one representative making this recommendation, but now that we've had a broader understanding that would be a reasonable request, I think, in our community, and not a big fan of the term, quick win. No offense, but I think that, being in a partnership with Indigenous people in our community, I think it's more of a collaborative effort to better our common understanding and helping each other through these processes. So I'm really happy to see this here.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Following up on Councillor Demota's questions about how they registered, have you considered Indigenous peoples coming to the office with that pass and just being able to register their plate? And then maybe at that point, they would get the information about how it's only 2 hours and like that.
Deputy Mayor Waxer through to Councillor Hall. I'll just go back to the inspiration or the basic premise of Truth and Reconciliation is to reduce barriers. And so every time we say, come and follow our process, and here's another process barrier, we are not following the spirit of Truth and Reconciliation. And the second part of that is the individuals and families all have driver's licenses. They all have already learned the rules of the road. So when they park in a 2-hour zone that says paid parking, they will know they've gotten a paid parking exemption. So when they get that pass from Parks Canada, and one of the things we can look at is perhaps we can partner with Parks Canada, we can ask them if they will add a flyer for us. But they will know what they are getting, which is an exemption from paying for parking. They're not getting exemption from the rules of the road. No one gets an exemption from the rules of the road. And so we are maybe putting barriers up that aren't really necessary. Everybody who drives a car has a license. In that license, you learn to follow the rules of the road. If you don't follow the rules of the road, you get a ticket, whether it's speeding or improperly parking. And so those rules don't change because of this action, if that helps.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you for that, and that makes sense. And I also support this. I think the first residents of our park should be able to enjoy the benefits that the residents of Jasper in parking. The very last paragraph of discussion is talking about how this came up in that engagement opportunity that we were able to take part in. And another item that came up, I was privileged enough to be there, and I really thank Parks Canada for allowing that opportunity. I think that would have been a financial cost to the municipality had we put that on ourselves. But another item that came up was around National Indigenous Peoples Day and just this perception that the municipality doesn't come close to the same effort as they do with the Pride celebration. We get months of flags up down on Connaught Street, 14-day festivals, stickers in all the windows. And I know, and we all know that that's not our initiative. There's a committee that does that. But what I learned at this engagement session was that anything that happens within a municipality is perceived that we do it, that we put it on. And I also understand that as we step up our efforts in TNR, it's going to come with cost, which I support. And I know we're just at the beginning of this journey, and I just wonder how much maybe more we could step up this National Indigenous Peoples Day coming up in June. Could we maybe potentially get a crosswalk? I know the Pride Society is doing a crosswalk right away. I think it's funded by TD, and I think there's some external funding, but I'm just wondering, do you know what, I'm going to assume the Pride group has been reaching out to you, and do you maybe have an idea of what a crosswalk costs? And if, I think last year we were able to take money out of a council mayor, something special fund for uplift, like do we have funding for that? Could we potentially have a crosswalk for June 21st?
Director Reid.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Hall. So yes, I believe that there is a council projects budget that could be applied to this, depending on what it may have already been used for. And the new policy F112, if my memory serves, is the council or municipal proclamations, which includes crosswalks. And so a resident or a group in the municipality is eligible to apply for a special crosswalk or a non-standard crosswalk. and other things, as listed in that policy. And yes, that is exactly what, Pride and Out Jasper together are working towards. And certainly they have asked me for assistance, and I have met with them to help them with the new policy and to help them understand sort of our side of, you know, the municipal operations of getting a non-standard crosswalk and things like that. And the cost of a crosswalk, I know what the group is budgeting is, it's more than one crosswalk, but the bulk of the costs for setting up and properly cleaning and then priming, like their efforts this year are going to be more than in the past, in the hope that it will last longer. As I will just remind council, the move away from harmful paint has meant that the nice to the environment paint disappears much quicker. And that happens on all sorts of road painting. You'll see that throughout North America, really. But certainly in our municipality is no different than any other municipality. And so the idea of, you know, priming and perhaps coating. So they are looking at spending something on the order of $5,000. And that will be more than just the one crosswalk, right? It will be in essence the 3 crosswalks. That's what they're proposing, or their proposal will come in, hopefully, if I understood them correctly. So I think I've answered all your questions, Councillor.
Yes, thank you very much. My other question, I guess, could maybe be towards administration or Director Malinchuk. Is there a council special fund? How much is in it? Is there any appetite around this table to dig into it, to potentially up our game, I guess, up our game for June 21st? It was very eye-opening. I have a brand new lens I see things through, and like really anything that happens, you know, Canada Day, any kind of festivity that happens within our town is viewed by the partners as our initiative. And we're on a really, we're at the very beginning of this journey, but I think we're on a, you know, so the first few steps are really good. And I just want to continue to, I guess, up our game with truth and rec. And I wonder what around this table, if there's any appetite to look at that.
Councillor Demoda?
Yeah, I apologize for maybe not communicating this more broadly, but yeah, the question was brought up and I went and spoke to Jenna McGrath after, and she said that she was able to leverage some more grant funding towards the particular day in question. So I think that I think that there might be $5,000 more that has become available. I'm not sure for exactly what particular initiatives on the National Indigenous Peoples Day is, but I would probably refer some of that to maybe her department there, her area of expertise. She's working on that directly, to my knowledge.
Councillor, Director Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, through to Councillor Demoda. Yes, and you know, to your first comments, Deputy Mayor Waxer, this report is well done. I agree. It's Jenna McGrath and Lisa Riddell that did the bulk of the research and writing. So thank you for that commendation. I will send it to them. And then as far as what work Jenna is working on, Ms. McGrath is working on for National Indigenous Peoples Day, a crosswalk has not been on the work plan as of yet. So the grants that she is working to secure are targeted more to event than infrastructure at this time. You know, certainly council has the purview to ask for administration to move forward on certain initiatives as you see fit.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Demoda, then Mayor Ireland.
I can. I just wanted to say I like the idea and you know, there were a lot of ideas that were brought forward, and I would just hate to put one in front of the other and because you know that from the discussions there are some different topics that might not be in agreement by all representatives. So I think it's a good one to float out there to make it happen right away. I'm not sure if I've got the appetite to do that without further consultation, but I do like the idea.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, through you to Director Reed. I am supportive of the recommendation. I just wanted to make a few comments about the report, and particularly I appreciate the content of the report and indeed the passion of the authors. But I have a couple of concerns that I would like to note. I too had the privilege of attending that session. It was a session with, as I understood, representatives of at least some of the Parks Canada Indigenous Forum. So groups with an established connection to Jasper National Park. And as I understood it, they were representatives of a sense of their own nation and others that have a historical tie, but not necessarily representatives of Indigenous people across Canada. So I heard, as is reported, that waiving parking fees would be a meaningful and immediate symbolic gesture of reconciliation. I'm not sure that I would have said that it was a priority item. It was one of many that came up, and it could be immediate, and it, as I say, it's meaningful and it's symbolic, but it's a pretty small step, an important step, but a fairly small step on the path to reconciliation. So I might not suggest that it's a priority item, that we accomplished anything major by this item. It was one thing that was mentioned and nobody quarreled with it, but it wasn't like it was, this is what you need to do right now. Secondly, as I say, I don't know really whether there would be any objection from the group that was in the room if those who have a connection with this land would recognize that all Indigenous people from across the country sort of share in that same connection. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I'm not sure of that. Don't know that connection because there's still so much to be learned. And then you also indicate that if we accept the recommendation, again, which I support, we would be extending a privilege enjoyed by Jasper residents to Indigenous people, particularly those with a connection. Later, though, the language changes not from privilege, but to right. And I'm concerned about that sentence that ends that we would be acknowledging Indigenous people's connection to the land, which is great. That is part of our acknowledgement, and I'm content. And then it says, and their right to be here without barrier. Well, perhaps a privilege to be here without that barrier, but that's a big step to identifying a right to be here without suggestion is any barrier. And as you've indicated, the rules of the road will still apply whether you pay for the parking pass or not. There's all sorts of other barriers. And so I just find the wording to be a step too far for my comfort level. This is such a sensitive area that I think we have to exercise a degree of care. And so to talk about a right to be here without barrier, I mean, we look at the issues that Parks Canada is undergoing with respect to the harvest. You know, they haven't extended that harvesting right, if that's what it is, or a privilege, to groups that do not have an historical connection with the land. And so I'm just suggesting that we take care in these reports, and I acknowledge that council is not asked to accept the report for information, but still it becomes part of the public record. And it underlies any decision that we might make. And I'm sensitive to the particular wording. I just wanted to share that. We'll have this opportunity. Otherwise, though, I am supportive. It is, as I said, a meaningful, immediate symbolic gesture that we could undertake. It doesn't have much of a cost impact, and it signifies, I think, good faith on our part to build a relationship, and I'm happy to do that, but I'm sensitive to what else is in that report.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, and just in picking up on one of the last things that Mayor Ireland said, and I think it should have been in the report under financial. You know, funding to be able to administer the programs in the operational budget. But I think a statement along the lines of, in the spirit of the Truth and Reconciliation, the residents and municipality are happy to forego revenues from parking to welcome our Indigenous people to enjoy the lands where they have long-standing historical ties. And I think with that will tie in that the residents and the municipality are making a true statement of recognizing we'll welcome you here. And there is a commitment by us to forego revenues, to make a sacrifice to ensure that we're welcoming our Indigenous people.
Director Reed, did you have anything to say in response to that, or no?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, and through to both Mayor Ireland and Councillor Melnick. Your points are well made and well heard. Thank you very much. I wouldn't contest either of those, either speaker there. We will be more alert to be able to maintain that. I will say that we did a research on, if you take the roughly 11,000 passes that were given out in 2023 and look at what impact that might be on revenue, it would be negligible, 0.5% or something along those lines, even if you multiply it by 4 for everybody in a car, things like that. And so we didn't include that information almost to not get caught in the minutia. But the concept of we are actively supporting attendance is a very well heard point. Thank you.
Sorry, Director Moda, I just wanted to weigh in as well, in that I worry about the word welcome, and I think falling back to the words in the report of acknowledging, or in acknowledgement of, because I think welcoming has a bit of a patronizing connotation in this context. Sorry, Director. Councillor Johnson.
Maybe one day I'll apply for a director's job. If I'm not doing this anymore, we'll see. Depends on what credentials I have and qualifications at the time. I might be retired, who knows? Yeah, no, I appreciate all of the conversation here, and thankfully at this point, like to a certain degree, we have an opportunity to work on some of our language. We're not adopting, a report by any means by giving direction here. The recommendation is that the committee recommend council to direct administration to waive parking fees for individuals and families who display Parks Canada issued Indigenous park pass in their vehicle. And I would like to move that forward. And I do want to say that I'm never really comfortable at directing administration on things that have financial impact on our budget. I'd like council to do that. So my heart would probably lead me to say for all other items that committee recommended that, I guess we are reading fatigue. Okay. I move that committee recommend council direct administration to waive paid parking fees for individuals, families who display Parks Canada issued Indigenous park pass in their vehicle.
Thank you, Councillor Demoda. Is there any debate? I wanted to just take the moment to comment that we are lucky in our circumstance that being in a national park with Parks Canada issuing these park passes, this is one instance where it actually is easier for us than it might be in other communities. So I wanted to make that comment, and then I'll call the question. All in favor? Passed unanimously. We move. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hall.
I just wanted to talk about one more observation I had at the engagement opportunity that we were invited to be part of, and that was back to the crosswalk idea, or just a bit more Indigenous signage or any kind of anything in our town site. We don't really have that, and I believe that and this came up from a few new partners that I met, that Jasper, again, anything that happens, whether it's an outside organization or a different society that creates programming or events in town, it reflects on us, like us at this table in the municipality of Jasper. And we see like 2.5 to 3 million people a year come through our park. And I really believe it's our obligation to be teaching the history to the world. We have this stage that people come to, they're in front of us. When I travel, and I'm going to assume when everyone travels, you want to learn the history of where you're going if you're traveling overseas or to a different country. And I think that appetite is there on a worldwide stage, and we control that stage. And I think it is our obligation to be continuing down this path and focusing on that. I know I will certainly bring this with me. That day was very impactful for me, and I will absolutely take that with me to budget deliberations in the fall.
Councillor Demoda.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Hall, and good insight, and I appreciate you bringing that forward. I look forward to future collaboration. It was very interesting, and we're not going to get everything right in the beginning, and it's all about working together to make things better. Can you imagine if there's 26 different languages and we have to figure all that out? And it's good that that forum with Parks Canada is getting people together for a broader discussion, and I look forward to moving forward with newer initiatives. Thanks.
And I'll take just the moment that again just express appreciation to Parks Canada for the display in the info center lawn, which will be in a prominent and central spot, which is a wonderful start at least to the acknowledgement.
And how cool would a crosswalk be coming from the old fire hall with that beautiful Indigenous mural right to the new Indigenous display of the info center one?
If I may, Deputy Mayor Waxer, I just want to alert council and all residents. We are also moving to put a First Nations display area in the activity center. And so there will be moves that are sort of administratively directed, given council's already clear direction for us with that file. So, there are things happening that maybe aren't clear until they show up, right? But keep your eye to that as it gets developed in the next couple of months.
Thank you for that, Director Reid. And that's, if I recall in the beginning, I was under clear instructions to stay on task. So I'll move on then to 7.5, habitat transition to a public board report.
Thank you again, Deputy Mayor Waxer. And the item before you is indeed the habitat transition to public board report. And the recommendation is that committee receive the report for information. Alternatively, committee direct administration to return to a future committee of the whole meeting with additional information. On November 22nd, committee meeting of council, the following motion was passed. Committee direct administration to discuss transitioning to a public board with Habitat for the Arts and return with a report in 2024. As you know, we're moving through 2024, and the deadline for this report was made. This report is not complete. It is what I know to this day. And so I've certainly reached out to Habitat repeatedly and did receive information from them. I have not participated in any events or planning sessions, so I cannot speak firsthand. I can only relay what Habitat has passed on to me. And this first paragraph in quotes, Habitat is actively and continually developing a comprehensive needs assessment report in order to implement the best strategies for supporting its arts community. This involves the formation of an advisory board from community, Habitat's user base, and membership. These board members will be assigned with identifying gaps and areas for improvement to support the growth and sustainability of not just Habitat for the Arts community, not just Habitat, but the arts community as a whole. It is our intent to have this public board in place by the end of summer 2024, and is our intent to provide Mayor and Council with a comprehensive needs assessment report on Jasper's arts and culture community in time for inclusion in future sustainability planning. And you'll see that's in quotes because that is taken directly from their first quarter report, which they deliver as part of our F-104 partnership agreement. When I asked for more information on the very many concepts that are contained in that paragraph, I did receive these bullets. And to be honest, these bullets should have also been in quotes. These are directly taken from Habitat's response to me directly. And so you will see, information on how they are communicating. You will see information on what board members means at this time. You will see communication on, communicating the opportunity soon. You will see that there is no sort of terms of reference or mission vision yet. And the intention in the bottom bullet here to present to council in November, comprehensive outcome from the coffee chats that could aid in Jasper in revising social equity goals in the 2011 sustainability plan. Ideally, even before then, Jasper boasts a vibrant array of communities, each showcasing their unique resources. Pool, the rink, the trails, the Ball Diamond Skate Park, and the JLCC. These amazing community assets all need to be recognized in future plans. And I skipped over the mention of Canmore. A little bit more detail that I have received is there is a model in Canmore that Habitat likes. And so they are researching that model and intend to actually go there to find out how that model works in Canmore. So there's no intention to sort of bring Canmore to Jasper, but to bring the ideas of what's working well in Canmore to Jasper. And so given all of those, are still a bit nascent, they're a bit, in development, if you will. I only have to say, I'm continually asking for the ability to do the liaison, the partnership that is contained in the F-104, the spirit of, municipal partnership. And I am excited. They, on their own initiative, have done all of this direction setting to be able to say they are aiming in the direction that council has asked. And so I expect their report that comes in the fall to be full of the answers to the many questions that are not yet answered because they haven't finished the work. And so that it really is my summary. With the positive actions occurring in the direction the council described, Habitat appears to be on a path to meeting this goal. Again, I'll reiterate that I have not participated. I certainly have put the offer out, but they are working on their schedule with their people, and it seems to be going in the right direction. So, of course, there's lots of inclusion. This facility is an inclusive facility. The programs are aimed at being as inclusive as they can. The strategic relevance, many strategic priority connections there. And of course, the funding to liaise with Habitat is, part of my job, so contained in the budget already. And I'm open to whatever answers I can make from the information I have.
Councillors, any questions? Seeing no hands at the moment, I did have a question. Is it an expectation of in the F-104 that Habitat be the coordinating body in this for the arts community? That it would be my thought that that's probably the responsibility of the Department of Community Development. And I was just curious, it's a great initiative in some ways, but I just wondered about that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I think two parts. In the partnership agreement that we have, and also the lease agreement for the space, there is expectation that cultural programming would be provided that meets the needs of the community. As far as overall authority or responsibility for a full community cultural programming sort of fleet or
Coordination?
the coordination part would definitely, coordination is a bit of a bigger word than I would use. Support for is currently in the budget. Last year, you will remember we asked for a community programmer position that had the word culture in it. It was broader to include culture and recreation, but that position would then have allowed coordination, which we currently do not have the capacity to do. So it is left to the support, the liaison, the idea of bringing expertise to assist them, but we are not coordinating the program.
Any other questions of Director Reed? Councillor Demone.
I don't want to say that it's been a long road or a winding road, but it's been a progressive effort on both sides, and I like to see that the collaboration is taking place and we're getting towards a collective goal. So and I appreciate the work that's been done by administration and also by Habitat. So I think we're getting to a good place here. Thank you very much for the report.
If Councillor Melnick.
If there is no other discussion, then I'd be happy to make the motion that committee receive the report for information.
Any debate? Call the question. All in favor? Motion carried unanimously. I think we should move on then to 7.6, 2024 tax rate alternative. Oh,
Well, that's fine. I just wanted to, I have failed in the past to communicate, my need to depart at certain times, but I have a hard 12 o'clock that I need to leave here for. So wherever I'll be here this afternoon, but just for whatever we decide for a lunch break, I have to leave at 12.
Councillor. Oh,
I wonder if this might be an opportunity to take a lunch break. This might be a bit of a longer discussion, and what does everyone else think?
yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And reconvening at do you need the full hour?
For an hour.
Okay, reconvening at 12:50. Welcome back, and we will move now on to item 7.6, 2024 tax rate alternatives. And I'll turn it over to CAO Gibbon.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Administration is here following up from some direction from the 2024 budget discussion. In December of last year, during budget discussions, Council directed administration to come forward and provide a report on the potential implications of splitting the 2024 net tax increase at ratios other than 5:1. So administration is here with that report. We'll go through at a high level, trying to cover the majority of the content. Again, understanding that council has read through that. Director Malinchuk is here, should provide the technical details and some further financial analysis. But as council knows, in Alberta, there are some requirements around the ratio between the residential and non-residential property taxes. Up until 2016, there was no limitation on how far apart those two different tax rates could be. But in 2016, the government of Alberta amended the Municipal Government Act to require municipalities to ensure that the highest non-residential tax rate was no more than 5 times the lowest residential tax rate. And so in 2021, the municipality of Jasper most recently addressed this issue, where we moved from a 5.1 to 1 ratio to our current 5 to 1 ratio, which brought us in compliance with the intent of the municipal government. So it is important to note that for the purpose of this report and the conversation, we're often talking about a 5 to 1 ratio, because that's sort of the top line number that is, I think, in the public's consciousness. But we really have to acknowledge that in Jasper, our specialized municipality status means that the picture is actually quite a bit more complicated. We actually have 7 different property classes and 7 different mill rates. So as you can imagine, trying to, in a public report like this, that we want to be accessible to anybody that might be watching or reading, trying to map the impact of changes to any one of those is pretty complex. So for the purposes of this report, we're going to be focusing on residential, non-residential, and Lake Edith properties. Director Malinchuk has done some analysis and finds that if we deal with the ratio between those 3 portions, it's very representative of the overall results when you add in the other mill rates that we have to account for. And just to note, those other mill rates are a reflection of the fact that we have both urban and rural parts to the municipality of Jasper, and with corresponding different service levels. And as a result of those different service levels, different tax rates. So again, for the purpose of this discussion, we're going to be talking about essentially non-residential, residential, and lake properties. As council is also aware, in 2023, council received the Tourism-Based Communities Cost and Fiscal Capacities Report. Basically, the tourism-based communities study that we've discussed before. In that report, it was found that approximately 32% of Jasper's expenditures are on visitor-focused services, which equates to approximately, at the time, equated to approximately $6.5 million. Which was associated with providing infrastructure, amenities, and services related to hosting visitor populations. This has obviously long been a challenge for tourism-based communities like Jasper. And I think historically the 5 to 1 ratio was seen as a way to address at least a portion of this challenge by seeing the non-residential tax base, essentially picking up more of the property tax responsibility, which has obviously an indirect connection to the visitor economy. That same report also found that of 33 comparable municipalities, Jasper has the lowest residential property taxes per dwelling and the second highest non-residential property taxes per business. So again, I think that really is an indication, I mean, it's a clear indication of that 5 to 1 ratio, the spread between the residential and non-residential. And it is a reflection, again, I think, of that intent and desire to have the non-residential base and ultimately visitors pick up more of a cost of providing service in the municipality. It's interesting to note that in that same report, Canmore is almost exactly at the average, and this is no accident. Attached to the report, we'll see Canmore's property tax policy, which specifies that their intent is to be at the average of comparable communities when it comes to residential property taxes. So they've taken an explicit policy step to say, we want to be in the middle. Not too high, not too low, but in the middle. Okay, so that's the background stuff. Let's get into the math parts. And this is where Director Melchuk will come in to provide us some support. Administration has done some analysis, and again, please consider these at a high level for illustrative purposes only. We only, obviously, there are many, many different scenarios that could be analyzed. Administration analyzed some modest scenarios, which were essentially the 5-to-1 to 0.583. That's lake properties. In comparing that to a 4.5-to-1 to 0.583. So basically a half percentage change in that ratio. The impact of that adjustment can be seen in the tables that are in the report. Now, maybe just walk through those tables to describe what the public would be seeing. Table 1 is the 2023 property tax year. So that is a reflection of what was. So that was under the 5-to-1 ratio. And you can see the amount of revenue that was generated from each of the 3 different property tax classes. So the non-residential class, $7.5 million, the residential class, $2.5 million, and the Lake Edith properties, $46,000. Table 2, the next table below, extends this to say, okay, what if we just kept our same 5-to-1 ratio based on what we know for the 2024 property tax year? And you can see that every class, other than the lake properties, sees their contribution to the municipal revenue go up. In the non-residential case, it goes up by 775,000. In the residential, it goes up by 125,000, and in the Lake Edith properties, it actually goes down by a nominal amount by 5,000. And I'll just pause here to say that there is, we caught a typo. Director Melchuk was working her hardest to make sure that we had the most up-to-date information. And as you heard from our assessors last week, there's additional over levy. So the numbers that are correct are the ones that are in the table. So where I have the little introductory comments to table 2, it says non-residential provides 86% of the total tax increase, or 807,000. That 807,000 is incorrect, and I apologize for not updating that. But again, that's sort of a sign of us trying to catch up with the information from a presentation just last week. The 86% is still correct, but the correct amount is actually in the table, and that's the 775,000. So you can see that between the 3 property classes, they contribute the $11,082,697 that are required to fund the 2024 operations. Table 3 illustrates what would happen if we change to a 4.5-to-1 ratio. In this case, you can see that both non-residential and residential classes see their contribution increase. But you can also see, and this is the 3rd column that it has a gray header, you can see that the non-residential contributes less than it would under the scenario in table 2. So if we change, commercial property tax revenue will continue to increase, but it won't increase as much as if we didn't change the ratio. So I don't know if that there might be different ways of sort of presenting that, but the desire here is to show you that reducing the ratio to 4.5-to-1 means still that all property tax classes will contribute more. It just means that the non-residential base, the growth in the non-residential contribution will be slightly slower, and that contribution that would be otherwise picked up by the non-residential properties would be shifted to the residential properties. And that's where you can see the change over base case column in table 3 shows that at that 4.5-to-1 ratio, non-residential properties would contribute $222,000 less than if we did no change. The point that I think I would like to draw council's attention to here is that under either scenario, all classes, aside from the Lake Edith properties, which is again, I'm just kind of setting them aside because the impact is equipment. Non-residential and residential properties, nobody gets off the hook from what they were paying last year. So to be clear, that change to 4.5 to 1 does not mean that commercial properties or non-residential properties will see a reduction in their property taxes from 2023. It means that the growth won't impact them in quite the same way that it would if we maintain the same ratio. Director Malinchuk later on can speak. I think she's done some rough calculations about what that sort of financial impact would be for an average property. So as referenced in those documents, non-residential, if we change to the 4.5 to 1, non-residential total tax revenue would still be more than it was in 2023. And the share of the 2024 tax increase drops to 61% compared to 86%. So under table 2, which is the base case, again, changing nothing in the ratio, the non-residential base is basically picking up 86% of the 2024 increase. If we change to the 4.5 to 1 ratio, the non-residential properties pick up about 61% of the 2024 increase. And obviously that is shifted somewhere. So the residential share goes up to 39% if we change the ratio to from 14% in the base case. Additionally, and this isn't reflected in the report, council, and you'll appreciate the analysis that has to go into this, but as referenced yesterday in Mr. Bertle's presentation, our property tax assessor, we're also seeing a shift in the tax base. The value of commercial properties is increasing faster than the value of residential properties. So in the absence of any other change to the ratio, the increase on non-residential properties will actually be greater than the numbers that are reflected here, because they're basically making up a larger proportion of the overall tax pie, because their growth in the value of commercial properties has been faster, has outpaced the growth in residential properties. So I have to apologize, we haven't accounted for that in the numbers that are here, but please understand that if the 86% that I report in the base case would be exaggerated to some degree, would be greater in the 2024 year because of that tax shifting between the two types of classes. So administration's recommendation in this report is perhaps not what council might have been expecting. We're actually recommending to maintain the property tax rate ratio for 2024, given the complexity of the issue and the likely range of different opinions that you'll hear about it and the need to communicate some really technical matters with the public. Our recommendation is that council maintain the current tax rate ratio for 2024, and the committee direct administration develop a property tax policy for consideration prior to the 2025 budget discussions. We do have alternatives, of course. Alternatively, we could recommend that council approve an adjustment of the tax rate ratio to 4.5 to 1 to 0.583 for the 2024 year. Director Malinchuk could maybe speak to this a little bit more, but 2024, because of the tax shifting, because of the changes in the assessment base, would actually be an ideal year to make this change, because residential property owners would be seeing a little bit of relief from the shift towards the growth in the commercial assessments. And so this change in ratio would have a smaller impact on residential properties in 2024. We can't at this time say that that would be the same case in 2025. Administration was really kind of trying to weigh that out, say, okay, well, there's a need obviously to, there would be a desire in an ideal world to do significant public engagement with businesses, all types of property owners, stakeholders, to help them understand what this means. That may lose the opportunity to make this adjustment in a year where the impact would be far less noticeable than it might be in some other year where the tax base wasn't changing the way it's expected to for 2024. So we do have those options for you. We can, and I would say that there is some sense of urgency. We have legislated requirements for when we have to pass a property tax bylaw in order to give residents and businesses, property owners, enough time to be informed about their property tax bill before we start to expect collection and payment. So for that reason, the limited amount of time that we have to do public engagement, administration ultimately came down on the side of maintaining the ratio for this year and doing some work over the course of the summer to engage the community on what change might look like. Finally, I would say that just pulling back to the tourism-based communities, we have heard a number of times in our advocacy at the provincial level that the perception, and I think based likely in numbers like we saw in the tourism-based communities report, where the perception that Jasper has low residential property taxes, comparatively speaking, impacts our ability to ask for additional support from the province. If I could summarize what I believe we've heard is that Jasper has more capacity and you're not using the tools available at your disposal in the way other communities have to use them. Do that first before you come to the provincial government asking for additional money. So there is also an advocacy side of this. You know, if we are perceived by the province to not be leveraging our own revenue sources as effectively as possible, it may lead to them continuing to acknowledge the fact that in addition to using all our local tools, we also need provincial support. It seems to give them an easy out. Deputy Mayor Waxer, I know that there's a lot of material here and likely a lot of discussion. So I'm happy to answer any questions, obviously supported by Director Malinchuk, and I know that she has some additional numbers on the potential impact of that 4.5 to 1 shift. And if you had any questions about the timelines associated with decision-making, Director Malinchuk can answer that as well.
Open the floor to questions.
Thank you. Just I appreciate all the information that's here, by the way. It's good, and it was easy for me to understand, surprisingly enough. Just for clarification, on page 35 of the document, in the tables that we're referring to, when we're looking at table number 3, just for an example, on the change over the base case, in the gray column there, we have those numbers. I'm just going to use the Lake Edith one, and just because it's the smaller number, maybe easier to wrap our heads around. Understanding that the reason why these are affected this way is because our ratio is based on the time of the residents that are allowed to be occupied, right? So we're as opposed to like taking up the taxation for the full year. So when we see 3325, that's actually up in this one, but overall still down by $2,000 from the original graph. Is that from the original table? Is that how I read it?
That's correct, Councillor Mayor.
All right, so I didn't want to go through the math on the other two because it's a little bit more complicated, but I get it.
Mayor Hunt.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, through you to Mr. Given. Figure 3 on page 35, the comparative of the 33 communities. To some extent, I think that is an indication that council is doing a good job for its citizens, keeping taxes low in a community which is otherwise a very expensive place to live, and we recognize that. So I recognize that the report indicates that maybe that works against us in terms of our negotiations with province. But I am one that would am prepared to take that criticism from the province of an entity which has already demonstrated that it won't pay its own fair share of the taxes. Let them come and tell our residents that they should be paying more. I welcome them to do that. But speaking to the graph itself, I take it that the amount indicated is an average. And that is an average of residential taxes per dwelling. And in Jasper, I would suggest, but I don't know, that we have a disproportionate number of sale restricted properties compared to other communities. I would think that we have over 200 of units like Caribou Creek and Mountain Park Lodges and Southview, where the taxes are reduced based on assessed value, and the assessed value is reduced because there are restrictions on sales. So that brings the average down. It might be interesting to see what the mean was, because for single family residential, I am certain that there are many homeowners, not in those special cases, but just in the free market, that are paying significantly more than what the graph would show. Do we have access to more detailed information that is the basis for figure 3 in particular? Do we know what the mean tax rate would be in Jasper?
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Mayor Island. So no, we don't. I think this graph is a reflection of total property tax revenue by class divided by number of dwellings. So, and again, this was developed by a third-party consultant. That is something that we could analyze, would take some administrative labor to be able to go through and do that calculation, but certainly something that's possible. It is really that straight line about how much property tax revenue from residential properties, how many residential properties are there.
In the absence of some other questions, and for the moment, one question I had is, how is it if the total amount of tax required to be collected is going up, that the cost to Lake Edith properties would go down?
Deputy Mayor Waxer, I think that's a question that I would refer to Director Malinchuk. But I'll just say that it's really a reflection of the complicated, sort of interplay between all the different tax rate ratios that we have. So, as there's some shifting, it has to land somewhere, and the growth in the value of the properties. I would, as best as possible, I would encourage council to sort of discount that because it really, in terms of, the impact is minimal. Appreciating that there's only so many properties out there, but they do have that impact of the only partial year of taxation and a few other complications. Administration wanted to find the clearest, most concise way to represent the impact of that change in the 5-to-1 ratio, but we couldn't make the numbers work to be able to show you the total net tax requisition without including the effect of the Lake Edith properties. But again, we're talking about a $3,500 impact.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Waxer, I have a few questions that kind of going to bounce around a little bit. My first question is from page 35 of our agenda, just regarding the net tax increase this past year was 875,000 and change. Am I to understand that's about an 8.75% tax increase for this year? Is that just for my own clarification and for the public to hear?
Deputy Mayor Waxer, I'll give Director Malinchuk a moment or two to calculate that, but I think you're likely correct. And I'll just say that the numbers differ from the approved budget that council and the public would see on the municipality's website, because this does reflect the application of approximately 270,000 in over levies from prior years. So council gave direction to apply the over levy in the 2024 year. And at year end, we identified that the over levy was slightly more than predicted. So it is a lower than expected 2024 tax increase. And Director Malinchuk can maybe speak to what that is percentage wise.
Director Malinchuk.
Yes, sorry, sorry, Deputy Mayor through to, Councillor Hall. Did you say 8.5%?
8.75 is, yeah.
Yeah, 8.5. And yeah, so basically the amount that you just saw change was also due to the 2023 addition of over levies as well. So that's including a little bit extra over levy that we didn't per se discuss in the prior meetings about the grand total of things. So I adjusted it by the full over levy that we have available. And that's why you see that change from the numbers that we've discussed before.
Thank you for that, and that's great. 8.5 is better than down, I think, to get under there. My next question comes from page 36. This is just regarding how the hotels have seen a larger increase. And we learned this last week. It had to do with the big drop during pandemic and the rise in revenue. Is there a way we could tax hotels based on revenues?
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Hall. So Alberta's property tax system is based on market value of the property. And so indirectly, it accounts for revenues. As we heard in the presentation last week, hotel properties and other similar properties are basically assessed, their values assessed on a 3-year rolling average of their revenue, because the property is the product. And so the value of the property is how much you can generate in a given year. And to eliminate the ups and downs of, oh, it was a bad year, nobody came, and so the value of property goes way down, versus the next year, everybody comes to Jasper, and the value of property goes way up. It takes a 3-year rolling average. So it is not explicitly, the property tax system doesn't say, look at how much revenue the property makes and charge taxes based on that. It says the market value of the property should be determined by how much revenue it can make. So there's a bit of a splitting hairs there. But so the answer is Alberta's system is based on market value. In the case of hotels, market value is determined by the revenue they can generate, but we're not taxing their revenue. It's not like an income tax. It is a tax on the market value of the property, which is influenced by how much revenue the property can make.
Yes.
Yes, a couple more questions. That's okay. I can certainly wait if anyone wants to talk about.
Could I just ask a quick follow-up on that last question? So would you mind?
Absolutely, go ahead.
So the MJA suggests that it can differ between residential properties because of service levels. How could we not suggest that a hotel needs more services from the municipality rather than a commercial building that has a t-shirt shop in it?
So the MGA explicitly allows for the creation of subclasses of residential properties, but it doesn't provide that same flexibility on the commercial side. There was a proposed change, and I just don't remember the status of it, from the 2015, 2016, where there was discussion about a small business property tax rate, which was really, really challenging because a small business that's inside a property is not necessarily the owner of the building. I don't recall exactly what became of that, but I think ultimately it's not at play for us. That historically, anyways, there has only been that ability to create tax subclasses on the residential side. And in some communities, you can look at their property tax rate bylaws and you'll see a residential and then residential other property tax class with different mill rates. Often it had been applied to multifamily dwellings like apartment buildings. Under, I think, the theory that an apartment building that is owned by a single owner is a lot more like a business than it is like a single family home. And so therefore it should be, the property tax rate should be more like a business. So usually other residential properties had a higher tax rate than the general residential classes. That is how you'll often see it reflected in other communities' bylaws.
Councillor Hall and then Councillor Demoto.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer. And I guess that's the challenge of not, non-residential property owners can pass on these taxes to their, really small businesses, small family businesses. But as far as public engagement, and I know this is a pretty big topic, like what's the administration thinking? What kind of engagement is being thought about?
Deputy Mayor Waxer, still, quite early. It was some heavy lifting to get the data that's in this report done. But I would say that administration would imagine drafting a policy to bring to council, a draft policy for council's consideration. And then when council had a draft policy that they were interested in considering, and again, not approving, but considering, after it had been made public at council, we would follow that up with broad engagement, allowing anybody to sort of learn more about the policy, provide comment, as well as targeted engagement with individual stakeholders, which may be large property taxpayers, advocacy organizations, open houses for the general public, to explain the implications of it. Because, it's one thing to see a policy statement and another thing to say, so what will that do to me? And really the public engagement would be to explain what the meaning of the draft policy is, and then to work through with those stakeholders what the implications would be for them. And then to gather up feedback that was received and bring it back to council, so council could consider whether any revisions to the draft policy were necessary, or whether council wanted to continue with development of a policy at all.
Thank you for that, Councillor Demoto.
Well, just, there's a few things to consider here. The dilemma of, having a lot of hotel rooms and accommodations in the community and having those assessments. So when you look at comparable communities, the non-residential is a little bit different. I understand that our residents are paying less taxes in comparison to those other communities. And it's a tough thing, like politically, for those that want to get reelected, if they're considering, who actually has the weight in votes, it's the residents, and commercial might not have as much weight, but the consideration is what's the right thing to do for the community as a whole. 30% of our revenue, our tax revenues, our budget, 23 of our budgets or services for our community are attributed to helping tourism in our community. So a lot of things to weigh, right, when you're thinking about those scenarios. And I don't think anybody should ever base their decisions on election time. We heard that this might be a really good year to make some decisions. I'm also, because of my experience in the past and dealing with the provincial government, and particularly the ones that tend to be a little bit more conservative, are a little bit more reluctant to help us out when we're not maximizing our own potential. So that's why we brought in paid parking for one reason, not the reason, but a reason. And I think that if that's going to be used against us for the betterment of the community as a whole down the road, I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit as far as decision making on that regard when it comes to changing the split in an effort to appeal to the body that makes the decisions on whether we can have special tools for taxation. So, you know, I think, you know, I appreciate your patience in helping me get through that thought process, but there's a lot to consider here. And I think that, you know, again, spending another week mulling this over and having it out in the community for feedback is going to be good.
CIO Kevin, it looks like you were ready to weigh in.
Deputy Mayor, actually, I just wanted to come back on the non-residential property tax classes. I was correct that in that sort of 2015 to 2017 sort of range, the province did implement that change to create the ability to have a small business non-residential property tax class. If a municipality is required to pass a bylaw to create it, it is particularly challenging. And I'm not sure how many municipalities have actually made use of this, because it requires the municipality to identify small business properties are those which are used by a business that employs less than 50 full-time employees in Canada, or a lesser number of employees as set out in municipality bylaw. Municipalities, you know, would need to determine additional processes to administer that approach and a method for determining and counting full-time employees, which obviously could change from year to year. And the connection between the business who has the employees and the property taxpayer is not always clear. As you know, many businesses are actually, you know, renters in a property that's owned by someone else. So I just wanted to come back to confirm that did get passed, does exist. I don't think it is widely utilized because of the complications that are available or that are inherent in it.
Councillor Hall. Councillor Wilson.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and maybe everybody knows this, and maybe I'm just pointing it out, but you know, when I'm looking at that graph of what taxes, you know, average taxes of the community, I can't think of any property that would be 1,250 and that, you know, taxes. But there may be, but they would also be paying 1,250 in education and evergreens fees. So like when people think about their taxes, they often don't delineate between what we're sending off to the province and what we're keeping here. And so it is pretty much 50-50. So when somebody gets a tax notice, it's most like this graph would, and if that was included, it'd be double reality. My question was, I think I know the answer, but industrial, is there a differentiation there? Probably not in our community because it's not, anyway, industrial S block, is there a difference in non-res there?
Deputy Mayor Waxer, no, there would be their S block, for example, it would be non-residential. So there's residential, and you can have some different subclasses of residential, and then in the non-residential, it's either, you know, it's essentially does somebody live there on a full-time regular basis, and the answer, you know, whether it's a manufacturing place, a warehouse, or a commercial retail unit, restaurant, or a hotel, they all fall into the non-residential class.
Across the province.
Across the province.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Through you to Mr. Given. You had indicated earlier that 2024 might be a good year because of the nature of differential in assessment increase. And we don't know the future, of course, but it would seem to me that we might expect the same again next year. So this year, for income-based assessments for non-residential property, it's a combination of 50% from 2023, 30% from 2022, and 20% from 2021. Next year, 2021 gets supplanted with 2024, and if 2024 is reflective of 2023, then we might anticipate that assessed values for those non-residential properties that are based on income are going to continue to rise. So I don't accept necessarily that this year is any better than next year is likely to be. Once the market stabilizes, if it does, then we have a better understanding of where things are at proportionally between residential and non-residential assessments. And I would suggest that's a better time to make a decision when we get that stability back in the market. So I accept the recommendation that this is not necessarily the time to do it, that we should be very thoughtful about this. I'm just suggesting that 2024 is not necessarily anything special. 2025 might show us the same. But I wanted to go to another point. It was asked about different classes of non-residential property. You've addressed that. But there is provision in the Municipal Government Act for a municipality to level the business tax, which is not property tax. And we can classify types of businesses, so we can differentiate between different types and do something based on that. And so then if we think that retailers are or should be classified differently than hotels, we could do that if we've challenged ourselves to look at things from a business tax perspective. And I don't expect you to bring that forward today, but if the recommendations follow that we develop a tax policy, then I would encourage us to look at the same time at the possibility of a business tax.
I might take this opportunity to ask a couple of questions. Had the 4.5 been applied to the 2023 municipal tax rates, would it have moved Jasper significantly further toward the center? In terms of the lowest tax per dwelling, would
Deputy Mayor.
you realize you probably don't know the answer to that?
We didn't do that calculation.
Okay, thank you. And then my secondary question is, if you could explain to me, at the risk of sounding that I don't really understand, is why would it, and but also to the public, why would it matter to the province if we, why it matters to the province how we, that ratio, because it would seem to me that we've determined the revenue that we require to operate, and so it isn't necessarily maximizing our opportunity. It only, so if you could explain that to me.
Deputy Mayor, actually, just to make sure that I've got your question correct, why does the 5-to-1 ratio matter to the province? Not to be completely flip, but a little bit, well, you'd have to ask them that. But the discussion in that 2015 to 2017, it was under the same government, was that they had heard from non-residential property owners that there was an excessive property tax burden on commercial properties across the province, and that some municipalities had excessively wide disparities in the ratio. And not to point fingers, but I will, at Wood Buffalo, Fort McMurray, Wood Buffalo had a very high tax rate on their out of town, they have a very large industrial base, and they had a very high tax rate on those properties and a very, very low tax rate on their residential properties. And I think what ended up happening was that those types of taxpayers at a provincial level, and probably more not general commercial property owners, but industrial property owners, both of which would be in the same class, made a case to the government of the day that municipalities were unfairly targeting them and had too much of the tax burden shifted to that side. It was really, this is my armchair evaluation, but there were a small handful of outliers that really, were exasperated the issue, but they happen to have an impact on some very large taxpayers that the government that they wanted to demonstrate that they were listening to. And so they brought in this legislation saying, no, it has to come back to this. The unfortunate circumstance was that a community like Jasper that has this issue of visitor population and no other avenue to collect revenue from the visitor population was caught up in that. Banff, and I would have to look and see where Banff is at now, but I know that they for a long time had or have been resisting the requirement to come to the 5-to-1 ratio because the legislation says that once you get there, you can't go above it. And I think Banff has tried a number of different avenues to suggest that they shouldn't have to comply. I'm not sure how that's working out for them, but the reasoning why was really around politics and government of the day wanting to demonstrate to commercial property owners, probably generally industrial and large industrial, that they were doing something to help them to be quote unquote business friendly.
Thank you for that. I'll get to you, Councillor Demoto. I just wanted to make the comment that reflecting back on what Mayor Ireland said, it sounds to me that previous councils have made the split very thoughtfully, given the fact that Jasper is an expensive place to live and that there is extra thoughts. So I just wanted to make that comment that it makes it difficult for me to understand why that ratio would be important to the province. I'll pass it then to Councillor Demoda and then Councillor Hall.
Yeah, I can't remember when I started, if it was in the 7.1 there, 6.8. But over time, slowly brought it down on the last council, evened it out to stay even with the MGA. And from my perspective, it was mostly just to get in line so that when we did go ask for other tools, that we had all our ducks in a row. But again, having said that, what I'm hearing in the community right now, the temperature is, it's not really that residents are being like low tax. It's the fact that it's going up at an exorbitant rate and we're being accused of spending a lot of money. And then at the same time, on the non-residential side, probably getting accused of the same. But business owners and property owners in the commercial district are saying, we can't handle any more of the burden and we can't handle these increases because they're going up too exponentially over time. So tough decisions to make. You know what I mean? So we're trying to support business and we're trying to support keeping young families in the community, trying to keep seniors in their homes as long as they can afford it, type of thing, trying to attract new people to the community to live here and work here. It's a big balance, right? So it's tough when we're living in a tourism-based economy and not having those tools as other tourism-based economies, weighing out how are we affecting our residents, how are we keeping people here, and how are we keeping from driving business away too. So again, it's quite a dilemma.
Thank you for that, Councillor Demoda. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I can't speak for other property owners, residentials, but I know that my taxes went up by $10 a month. And I probably own an average home. I would imagine, which I don't think that seems very unreasonable. But I do have a question going back to Mayor Ireland's business tax conversation. Would that be in addition to property tax, or would that be in place of, so then we could potentially collect more from bigger businesses, lower taxes for smaller, or what would that look like? Or how would we do that?
The legislation.
There you go.
The legislation provides about section 360 or roughly for a municipality to bring in a business tax. I think there is a waiting period of a year once you pass the bylaw that allows a municipality to provide categories of businesses, and there are some businesses that are exempt from that, and I can't remember what they are, but it is in addition to property tax, which is our normal route. I have found very few municipalities that actually use it. I think down south, there is a community with a feedlot, and so the feedlot pays more because it's classified and it's different, but it is a tax that does not fall on the property owner, it falls on the business, which is significantly different than property tax. So I can't say that I have become entirely familiar with the legislation, but I know there's an opportunity for us to look at it. And I think that we owe it to ourselves and to the community to do that, to see if there's a different approach, because my concern has always been that property tax is essentially inequitable. You pay tax based on the value of your property, not based on this. Not based on the services you consume. So not to put anyone particularly on the spot, but Councillor Demoda and I have had this discussion publicly before. We are in similar family units, probably consume municipal services fairly evenly, but we do not pay taxes on the same basis. And that is spread throughout the community. I think we should find ways to deal with that.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Ireland. Yeah, I'd be very interested to see what that might look like. My other question around, I guess, becoming a resort, to become a resort status, would that change or help or change at all how we can tax rates, or would that just give us different tools in a different way?
Deputy Mayor Wax, I think Councillor Devoda, Mayor Ireland are chuckling because I think the answer is it depends. We don't know. And that's really the open question is, if there was a designation, what would come along with that designation? I mean, the provincial government could choose to vary the rules that tourism-based communities get to use in all types of areas. They could choose to provide additional grant funding out of their own provincial levy, like so I think the approach that Mayor Ireland and his colleagues across the province have been taking is really to ask for designation first, an acknowledgement that there's something different about communities like Jasper, Banff, and Canmore. And then from there to have a discussion, once there's that acknowledgement, to have a discussion about, well, what should that do for us? And if I could give an example of a non-tax related issue, it would be temporary foreign worker prioritization for seasonal, like the province has a number of different levers and tools that they could utilize to provide some benefit or relief to tourism-based communities. One of them could be a variance in taxing authority to do something different than 5-1 to establish different property tax classes. But that isn't the nature of the discussion. The nature of the discussion, as I've been watching Mayor Ireland advocate for this, has really about designation and acknowledgement that there's something different about our type of community first as a starting point, and then working through with the province and all stakeholders about, okay, so what does that mean?
Councillor Demoda.
I don't want to run the discussion too much, but during and coming out of the pandemic, we received some what was called most funding And we would recognize that our designations were different, and our destinations were different. And, you know, I keep harping on, you know, we've already got that designation, so let's use that, move to the next tool or the next thing. But I would hopefully, if that came about where we can keep some tourism dollars going straight into helping out our budget, where we're servicing tourism to alleviate that 30% on the local taxpayer, particularly residents, and some towards the businesses, which are mostly taking the hit for the front of the line. So just, to me, I think it's just getting those tools down the road is gonna really help us. And we can, it's not gonna fix us today, but I'm hoping that if we ever do that, it's gonna go and help out stuff and not go and use that money to go find other things to spend it on. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Maybe not the time and place to speak to it, but I am interested in the other 7, or not the other 7, but there's 7 in total. Is linear taxation in one of those? And how does, I know in other municipalities, counties, they collect a fair amount of money from linear taxation. Do we take in any? And is this a way that could be modified?
Deputy Mayor Waxer, Director Melanchuk will have more details, but so yes, the municipality of Jasper does have linear properties through our municipal boundaries, obviously our extended boundary, the rural service area. We do collect revenue from those linear properties, but I believe that they're under a class where the province determines the tax rate for those properties. So we don't have the same flexibility. And this was another issue that was brought up by those types of taxpayers over the last decade, was that there are some municipalities that would have very, very high tax rates on linear properties. That issue was taken up with the government, and the government has really sort of pulled back in on that. So there is the, no, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. We also have a designated industrial properties class where the province explicitly sets that and controls the assessments in the designated industrial properties. So the assessments on the designated industrial properties aren't determined by market rate quite the same way. The province basically says, here's what the value of all these types of properties are, or here's how much the value will increase year over year. So as you can see, there's a fair bit of complication. But to your direct question, yes, we do have linear properties. Yes, we do derive revenue from them. Unfortunately, it's not quite to the same extent that it is in some other rural municipalities in the province.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, and a question for administration, and appreciate the amount of work done here with the 4.5 to 1 ratio, and seeing the change in the residential, the revenue that comes from the assessed values of the residential homes. That 0.5 change made a fairly significant change in the amount collected from 2023 to 2024. If we're going to make significant changes to the amount of revenue collected from residential, that ratio would probably have to drop another 0.5 to really shift the amount of revenue that comes from residential. And then what we'll end up doing is, because a portion of our residential can only go up by the rate of inflation, the value, that really any tax revenue that we're receiving basically is going to come from the highest value properties, and they'll pay a disproportionate amount of property tax, most likely because of their assessed value, to the point that Mayor Ireland had mentioned about similar properties, just the way our dwellings are set up, that there's not really equality across the dwellings. And when we added more apartments, for example, that went into the non-residential class as opposed to residential. So to really make a significant change, we would have to move that ratio, I think, yet another 0.5 to change that, and then we'll be taxing our most valuable properties residentially the most, to have a change in the chart where we're no longer at the bottom of the taxes per dwelling.
CIO Kevin.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Councillor Melnick, I think you really just hit on the complexity that informed why administration landed where we did with the recommendation. We had to simplify the report to be able to present it in a way that was accessible for us to be able to understand and present, and for the public to be able to follow the issue. And we didn't even account for some of these additional complexities. And that's where something like a policy on the matter might be useful. That would give, in 2021, when the municipality changed the ratio from 5.1 to 1 to 5 to 1. I was here for that discussion, and Director Malinchuk and I went through past history, and Mayor Ireland and Councillor Rona, being long served, might know otherwise, but we couldn't track down any explicit council motions that established that rate. Was, I think Director Malinchuk said that in her time, she wasn't able to, we couldn't find any documentation about why it was there. I think, there's a well understood argument that's been put forward here today, but we couldn't find it documented anywhere that was the intent. Administration had simply carried forward, I think, a past practice. Having a property tax policy would allow council in public to discuss and debate the merits of how you would deal with all of these different factors. And specifically on the co-op properties and those sort of assessment limited, growth, where the growth and assessment is limited. There may be an opportunity to consider addressing that through establishing any other residential tax rate that would apply to that type of property that might be at a higher rate than the general residential. So make up for the fact that those properties are limited, yet may still be consuming the same amount of services. So again, that it's an example of type of issue that could be addressed through a policy discussion. And as you can see, it's a complex policy discussion that has material and meaningful impacts on all property owners and residents in Jasper. And I think that's ultimately where administration landed making the recommendation in the report.
Just want to make the comment. I liked your numbers, and I was trying to do some of my own. And if Councillor Hall's taxes have gone up $10 a month in the last year, I think some of the sentiment in the community is like, how much has it gone up in for? And I've been trying to argue to the understanding that we brought the proposed budget down by $1 million during the pandemic. So if you're comparing today's numbers to 4 years ago, it's going to be a little lopsided. It did take a dip. So the increase from then to now is quite substantial. But Councillor Wilson said it well, when you're factoring in the other taxes that go to the province, $10 might be a minimal amount. When you're looking at a period of 4 years, and some people might pay a little bit more than that, and over that time it could be a total of $1,500, and over 3 years it might not seem like that big amount of money, but it's still an increase. And there's people out there that are using those numbers in a negative way and saying, oh, it's gone up 40%. Well, 40% of what? I can't do that. I can't find that math. But anyway, it's something to be conscious of, because when you have somebody that's used to paying $7,000 a month on their property, and that goes up by a substantial amount, you have to make that up somewhere. And when you look at menu prices, in the community, and then wages are going up. Like it's becoming a very challenging place to offer services on the front line and the commercial, not just in restaurants, but in retail. And so people are hurting, in that regard. And it's not just the landlords, because that gets passed down to the renters. So people that have shops that are renting off the landlords in town. So I think that, there can be some constructive ways to do this, and we don't have to keep doing what we're doing because that's the way it's been done. That's that for rhetoric. Sorry.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just to a comment Councillor Demona made earlier about broadening the conversation, that's what committee of the whole is for.
Is that
So
right?
I welcome that.
Okay.
Only because I have an app and I can check my, in 2021 compared to 2024, I actually pay $3 a month less right now than I did in 2021. Again, I'm just one person. I have a home that's worth one value. I'm not speaking on behalf of everyone, but for myself personally, and I feel like I might represent a bit of an average resident. It's kind of it's bumped around a bit, but never by more than $10. I do want to go back to, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around this potential business tax idea. And it would be in addition to property tax, so would be essentially collecting more money from, I want more information on that. I'm just not really, I'm hoping Mayor Ireland might have a motion to just get some more information. I'm very curious about this.
CAO Given.
Deputy Mayor Waxer, certainly something that we could investigate, and I'd suggest, along with that property tax policy, that there is some interplay between the two. During the meeting and during the discussion, I've been able to find a few resources, the ones that come up the fastest, although not necessarily the only ones. County of Lethbridge is some community in the south that Mayor Ireland was remembering, and their property tax bylaw is explicit, or sorry, the business tax bylaw is explicitly focused on livestock operations, and the justification that the livestock operations have a direct impact on municipal infrastructure. Heavy trucks driving down rural roads that need more improvement. The other example that was top of mind for me was the city of Calgary, and the information that I could find was that in 2011, the city of Calgary made an explicit choice to bring together their business tax and their residential property tax, basically, or sorry, the non-residential property tax, basically reducing the business tax and increasing the non-residential property tax. So shifting from a business tax to a more traditional property tax approach to us. So it's possible that Calgary's reduced their use of that tool. And the one current example, at least from 2022, was the County of Lethbridge and the livestock operation. But again, a model that could be applied here, because I think that there is a quantifiable impact on municipal services and infrastructure from some of the types of businesses that we have in Jasper. There would be additional complexity in trying to figure out how to assess that. But again, really good fodder for a property tax policy discussion.
Mayor Ireland.
In the absence of any further questions for administration, I'm here to make a motion. The motion will be that committee direct administration to maintain the current tax rate ratio for the 2024 tax year, and that committee direct administration to develop a draft property tax and business tax policy for consideration prior to the 2025 budget discussions. To speak to the motion, I accept the report from administration that this is a complex matter. My view is that council's underlying desire here is to do equity to the community, but it's hard to determine what that is. And a proposal now to reduce to another amount seems to me to be somewhat arbitrary. And I would prefer to avoid arbitrariness in a decision of this nature that would be so far-reaching. So for the reasons that have been already stated, I'm in favor of a more thorough review and just maintaining the position in part because I think that we would be better positioned when the assessment base settles out, as I think it's more likely to do, but we never know when another calamity might hit. I will introduce a different reason that compels me to make the motion as I have. Firstly, we have always been looking for ways to pass those costs that we can on to visitors. It's been recognized in this discussion that $6.5 million of our spending, or 32% of our spending, goes to support visitor-facing services and infrastructure. It is challenging for me to see any fair way to pass that on to residents as residents. To the extent that residents are able to indirectly get funds from visitors, they do that through home-based businesses such as PHAs, and they are taxed accordingly. So that $6.5 million, it just doesn't seem fair to me that we look to tax. And I appreciate not all of it comes from taxation, but it's challenging to see how we would pass that on to the residential taxpayer. Secondly, on the same score, it seems to me that the majority of non-residential taxpayers will pay through a business, whether a corporation or a proprietorship. They're operating businesses. That's why they get non-residential tax assessments, and they get to pay their taxes with pre-tax dollars. And that is not factored into the effective tax rate split. So I can speak just for myself. I pay a share of the taxes for the building in which I operate, but those taxes that I pay are expensed in my financial statement, so I'm paying the pre-tax dollars, and I see a benefit in that. And if I had a choice between paying a commercial rate or having more of the load put on my residential premises and paying with after-tax dollars, I would, I think, just about always invariably favor paying with pre-tax dollars, and that is not reflected in.
I'm not doing that, just like.
It's entirely on me. I just talk too much. So in any event, I think that we need to take a look at the effective rates because some people pay with discounted dollars and others pay with after-tax dollars. And I think those were. What's going on with this thing today? Those are my comments with respect to my rationale for giving this additional time and thought. And as I indicated earlier, I would like to introduce at least some thought and discussion on the business tax possibilities, so we could potentially move away from property taxes, which I find to be inherently unfair.
Any debate? Councillor Demoto.
Well, I would like to have that split because I'm in agreement with directing administration at this point today and developing a policy. What I am not for is making a decision today, which is essentially what we're doing, to direct administration to set something that has financial implications on the community. And yes, we've had some time. It's been out there since December, right? But this only got onto the agenda with this information on Friday. Again, in the spirit of promoting, percolating discussion in the community, I still think it's prudent and proper to let this sit for a week and make a decision at the regular meeting. So if I would like to make a friendly amendment that committee direct council to direct administration. Does that make sense to you? What did I say? Oh, committee recommend that, right, sorry, committee recommend to council to direct administration to maintain the current tax rate. So it's not changing anything, it's just putting it out there for a week, so. Do we need to vote to split first, or? I don't think so.
Do you accept that? I think we're okay then. Is there any other debate? We've accepted that it will change, that committee recommend council direct administration.
Then we don't need to split. That's fine.
Any other? Go ahead.
I just have a question. Does that affect any of the time to get notices out or anything with that, by delaying it a week?
Deputy Mayor through to Councillor Demota. So timeline wise, what we're looking at is that we would need to have it first and second reading by May 21st, which is the next regular meeting. And then third reading by June 4th, which is the next regular meeting. To mail out by June 14th for the amount of time for the payment, which is July 15th. That being said, given that council would be making their decision formally, potentially on the next meeting, which is the 21st, administration can come prepared with a couple different options on the bylaw should the decision of council change from the recommendation given today.
Yeah, okay.
Deputy Mayor Waxer, Dr. Malinchuk is so fantastic that she's prepared to write 2 different bylaws just in case you happen to decide next week that you do want to go to the 4.5. My suggestion would be that if council isn't seriously considering making that change this year, that maybe just let us know that now. I don't know if that's under serious consideration, and whether in the next 1 week you would get enough public engagement to feel comfortable making a change like that. And that's why the recommendation was, we understand from administration that council has a high desire for public engagement on important topics. And that probably needs to happen over the course of more than 1 week. So Director Malinchuk wouldn't say it. She would say, yes, I will absolutely do 2 bylaws just in case. But my understanding of council is that you want to have meaningful public engagement where people have a chance to actually really ask questions, understand the issue so they can give you informed opinions. My suggestion would be that 1 week time may not satisfy that. So again, council can absolutely ask us to provide anything that you need, and we're happy to do that.
Councillor Demota.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, well, maybe a week might not, but neither does 3 days. So like, not to debate with administration, but I understand if we would have had this scenario in front of us in December, January, February, could have had a longer time to debate it. It came on the Friday. I've been hearing in the community, we make rash decisions on the fly. I understand everything that we talked about, and I understand our position. We have to sometimes listen to public perception, and the way things are happening right now, the temperature out there is that we're moving too fast on things. So regardless of how it was presented to us and the timeline that we have right now, that's fine. I'm willing to vote on it if we don't want to make that friendly amendment, that's fine. I know the mayor already agreed to it, but if we're in a time restraint, I'm not gonna vote in favor of moving that forward today. I would, again, people's minds might change. I don't know if the rest of council's ready to make a decision today on that. If you are, then I'll retract my friendly amendment and we can go forward. So, go ahead.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. If we were to vote in favor of the original motion that Mayor Island made, there would be nothing would change financially, correct?
Deputy Mayor Waxer, that's correct. The motion that Mayor Ireland made was to direct administration to maintain the current tax rate ratio. So in 2024, do the same thing that we did in 2023.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I just want to understand Councillor Demota's concern. You want public to be able to weigh in and potentially go into 4.5 instead of staying at 5? I'm just because I know that your concern is that committees directing admin to do money things, but there is nothing changing financially with that motion.
There are options presented in front of us that do have implications. We have all those darts and bars. And I don't think a lot of people had time to look at those. And if nobody does look at them, that's fine. I just don't think that we're doing our due diligence to have people contemplate that. We don't have enough time for media to pick it up and have that out in the community. I just think that there's an opportunity for broader discussion. And if you've been paying attention, people are upset because the perception is that we're moving too fast on budget implication items. And this is one of them. And even though it's flattened out, and I'm sorry, like, I don't mean to take that tone. I'm just a little frustrated because I think that we're having a longer debate than there needs to be. But we already said it. Accept the amendment and like to vote on it.
Mayor Ireland.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether we're in debate on the motion anymore or not, but I accepted the friendly amendment, and I accept Mr. Gibbons' indication that Director Melanchuk is prepared to jump through hoops for us, and I very much appreciate that. I am a bit mystified by how this can be perceived as rushing. The motion overall is to say, this is really complex. It takes more time and thought. We should not rush it.
Yeah.
And so if it takes another week to get that out into the community, that's fine. I don't know what we will decide next week, but if we decide on a change, that is a bit rushed, I think. But in any event, if administration is able to accommodate, I thank Director Melanchuk in advance. Maybe one bylaw can be formulated with a blank in it, and council can put in the number, but I stand by the motion, and I'm happy with the friendly amendment, but the entire intent is that this is seriously complex and will have long-lasting implications, and it should not be rushed. That's the nature of the motion.
Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer, and I will vote in favor of the motion with the friendly amendment because the second part of the motion does speak to developing that draft property tax policy so that we can consider that and look at it before we get to the 2025 budget, which gives us lots of time to look at other scenarios and other options as to how we would have a tax distribution in the next tax year.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. And I also support the motion, and I certainly wasn't accusing anybody of anything. And with all due respect, Councillor Demota, I absolutely do pay attention.
If everyone's ready, then I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Is it time for a 5-minute break? Okay, we'll reconvene at 2:20. Welcome back. We now will move to 7.7, the ATCO streetlight conversion to LED light. Oh, I apologize. Councillor Melnick.
My apologies, I turned that off during the break. In order for us to continue conversation, I'd like to make a motion that we continue the meeting beyond 4 hours.
I'll call the question. We haven't had that one for a while. I call the question. All in favor?
Should have seen that one coming at 9:30.
Yeah, no way. Thank you for that, Councillor Melnick. We can always rely on you for that. 7.7 ATCO streetlight conversion to LED lighting. Over to you, CIO Gibbon.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Waxer. So council will remember that a short while ago, on April 16th, council heard from representatives from ATCO Electric, who made a presentation regarding the potential for converting the municipality's streetlights to LED from the current high pressure sodium lights. At the time, council directed administration bring back a report with recommendations on the conversion to LED lighting and consideration of replacement of the municipality's existing decorative fixtures. So I won't go through all the background that was provided in the justification. Suffice to say, LED lights have been the way that the industry has been transitioning. They are significantly lower operating costs. And as a result of their significantly lower energy consumption, they also have greenhouse gas emissions benefits. The numbers that I'm going to report here are based on the numbers that ATCO presented. But ultimately, the recommendation from administration is that the committee recommend council approve the conversion of our current lighting structure to LED technology. I'm sorry, that should be current street lighting to LED, and that committee direct administration identify an appropriate source of funding to proceed with the conversion of decorative streetlights along with the LED conversion. So essentially doing the two at the same time. I'll speak to how we arrived at that. Obviously, there are options available to council. If at this time you aren't interested in pursuing those conversions, you could either essentially shelve both of them until for reconsideration at the 2025 budget discussion, or you could proceed only with the LED conversion and leaving the decorative streetlight discussion for a budget discussion in the fall. I will, again, cover the numbers presented by ATCO. Based on their estimates, converting the municipality's existing stock of LED streetlights. So we have 186 streetlights. Converting those 186 to LED would essentially save the municipality just over $11,000 per year in operational expense for the reduced energy consumption. ATCO responded to a request for information from the last committee meeting where around the CO2 emissions. ATCO reported that their calculations showed that there'd be an energy savings of just over 72,000 kilowatt hours annually from the conversion of those streetlights, which would equal just over 35,000 kilograms of CO2 emissions per year in terms of CO2 emissions reduction by virtue of using less energy. So to convert all of those 186 would actually have an operational cost savings to the municipality of $11,000 per year. The decorative conversion is a slightly different matter. The municipality has about 84 decorative streetlights, and these are essentially where the light at the top is a little bit fancier than your standard streetlight. There are 84 of those. The units that are on the street today are essentially custom to Jasper. They weren't a part of ATCO's typical stock. They have essentially reached end of life and they're getting difficult to replace. So over time, as those are lost, they need to be replaced with something. In the absence of any other standard, there's a risk that the municipality could end up becoming a bit of a patchwork. And these are typically installed in our more highly visible areas of town, which are visitor facing. ATCO presented a range of different styles of decorative options. For this analysis, administration picked essentially a midpoint one that was not too flashy, not too modern. It seemed to be just about right. And the price was really in the middle of the pack as well at about $1,500 per head unit. The cost to replace all of those decorative streetlights would be approximately $132,000. And this would be a cost to the municipality, subject to discussion with ATCO. And so to be confirmed, this added cost may be able to be billed to the municipality over time through our billings. But in any case, at a high level, that cost of $132,000 taken against the savings of conversion to LED would mean that it would take essentially 11.5 years to pay off the cost of converting our end-of-life decorative fixtures to ones that ATCO would be able to replace more easily. And, you know, that payoff would essentially be using the savings that we garner from the LED conversion. So as I said, the recommendation from administration is that we proceed with the conversion of LED lighting, the conversion to LED lighting, and that committee direct administration identify an appropriate source of funding to proceed with the conversion of decorative streetlights along with the LED conversion. So basically proceeding at this time. Administration would discuss with ATCO whether that can be built into our ongoing billings, in which case there would be a very minimal annual operational impact, likely able to be accounted for within the existing approved budget. If that was not possible, then we could identify other options before council finalize that decision. The last item with respect to the timelines, ATCO reported that the AUC, the Alberta Utilities Commission, had approved for a limited time a rate rider or a multiplier that would allow this cost of conversion to LED to be built into municipalities' bills. ATCO created, I think, a sense of urgency by saying they couldn't say when that rate multiplier might be removed, when the opportunity to do this capital cost in our regular billings would be lost. So there's no indication that it's going away next week or this month or this year. But there's also no indication that it's staying for the next week, the next month, and the next year. And so that's why, on balance, recognizing that there's a cost savings to be had, administration is recommending the council approve moving forward. And at the same time, take advantage of the opportunity to have the ATCO teams, when they're in Jasper, essentially mobilize their forces at once, rather than coming back around to do a decorative streetlight replacement at some future date. In that case, the cost would likely be higher as the municipality, the contractor, ATCO, would incur additional costs for housing allowance and all those other costs associated with bringing crews into town to do that work. So there can be some efficiencies had, and the lowest possible cost of that conversion is likely to be at the same time as the other. Deputy Mayor Waxer, that's all I have to present on the topic, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillors, any questions? Well, people are gathering their thoughts. This is an out of the box thought, but on my travels, I've seen a number of times where streetlights have had plaques on them, memorial plaques, or the decorative, which gave an alternative possibility to the benches, where And I wondered if that might be an option for helping to fund that project. It would be a prominent, it's primarily in the downtown section. I'm just throwing that out there, but I've seen it in a number of places, and at this moment, the only place I can think of is North Rustico, River Island, but I have seen it in other places as well. It's just a thought. Questions or comments from anyone else? Sorry, Councillor Hall first, and then Councillor Demoto.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. So I just want to understand the two recommended motions. The first one, the conversion has no financial impact to the municipality because of that multiplier rate that may or may not go away tomorrow or in a year. The second one would potentially have financial implications. So do we want to be recommending council direct administration? Like I do, like, yeah.
Deputy Mayor Waxer, for Councillor Hall, I think both are probably appropriate to go to council. And certainly, given the discussion today, I have to admit, they're written as, committee recommend or direct administration. I think appropriate that they go to council, particularly for the second one, because that one does have an actual cost implication. The way the second motion is framed is that direct administration identify an appropriate source of funding to proceed with. So it's actually a committee asking administration to find some info, which is not a cost implication. But the approval of conversion of LED, conversion to LED technology and conversion of the decorative streetlights, together they do have a financial cost implication, which should be approved by council.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you. Just to follow up, does administration have an idea where that $132,000 might come from?
So I would like to be able to consult with Director Milonchuk still first. Our first check would be with ATCO to see if that's something that we could just incorporate in our billing and pay off over maybe 10 years. So it essentially would become an annual operational expense. If that's not possible, then something like our financial stabilization reserve could pay that upfront cost, and then we would be able to pay back the financial stabilization reserve over that period of time through operational expenses. So the answer is no, we don't have a specific, otherwise we would have written it in the report for you. But if council is interested in pursuing the decorative conversion, we would be able to come back to council next week with a recommendation.
Sorry, Councillor Demoto.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So just for clarification, are we going to be getting rid of a lot of the Cobra lights then, or do the Cobra lights style stay and we're just converting what we have as far as the decorative to LED decorative?
That second version is correct.
Okay.
Councillor Demoto. So anywhere that we have the Cobra style lights, what you'd call standard street lights, will stay standard. It's just that the bulb or the head would be replaced with an LED fixture. The decorative lights are essentially down canot along the median, so which may or may not impact the ability for them to be a good recognition of memorials. But that's where the vast majority of our decorative heads are and for the conversion.
Now, just for clarification again, and I believe that I brought this up during the ATCO conversation, and I'm not sure if I got the answer right, or if we got an answer, but I think that when we apply for dark sky designation, that having those lights, because they're cast down lights, cast light down, helped us with our application, and I could be wrong. So does that change, what the standards and requirements are for renewing our status or keeping our status for dark sky reserve?
Councillor Waxer for Deputy Mayor Demoto. So I want to stand corrected. I believe the ones that ATCO was discussing replacing are actually not the ones that we did. My apologies. As there are many more through the town site. And at the time last week, they reported that all of the units that they showed us were dark sky compliant. So any of the units would be, and I retract my comment that they'd be immediate and maybe not appropriate. Maybe they would make good memorials because they'd be along the street along Patricia and others.
Councillor Hall,
Sorry, I just had one follow-up question about finances. So potentially the $11,000 we save per year could pay back that 132,000 over, like it kind of.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Waxer, that's, certainly the way, we would have an operational savings on one side and that would allow us over time, 11.5 years, to pay back that expense of converting the other decorative units.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. I'm hearing there's two different expenses. One is month-to-month operational and the savings we can't would show as savings to the municipality operationally. But then we'd have a capital cost which would be financed over time. So can we then show that expense in the operation as a cost of like a capitalized lease or an expense that way? So it's revenue, it's neutral on the financials, but it'll take us 11 or 12 years to pay off the $132,000.
CAO Given.
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Malik. Yeah, you've got it exactly right. And so just sort of conferring here, hypothetically, we could choose to pay that, as I said, out of the financial stabilization reserve, and then we would be paying contributions back into the financial stabilization reserve annually for 11.5 years in order to pay back the amount that we borrowed. So that would be an operational expense that would be offset by the operational savings. Or, again, subject to discussion of that, but they may be able to just do that through their billing over time as well. Sort of we can self-finance, or we could see if they would carry us.
So that's great. We get new lighting all over the community over the course of the 10 years at a net zero cost and save 35,574 kilograms of CO2 emissions along the way each year.
Any further questions or comments? Is there someone willing to make the motion? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. If I heard correctly, maybe I'll modify a bit the recommendation that committee recommend council approve the conversion of our current lighting infrastructure to LED technology, and that committee recommend council direct administration to identify an appropriate source of funding to proceed with the conversion of decorative streetlights along with the LED conversion. In both cases, just speaking to the motion, I want to extend thanks and appreciation to ATCO for getting back to us so quickly on the environmental impacts and the significant reduction in carbon emissions. I think I would have been sold on the cost saving alone, but I equally would have been sold, I think, on the environmental savings alone. And so to have both of them combined, it's the proverbial win-win in my estimation.
Any debate? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Motion carried unanimously. Moving on then to reallocation of funds on road repair. CAO Given, will you speak to that?
Actually, Deputy Mayor Waxer, Director Greathead is here today. He's got a couple of items on the agenda. I know that he's traveling, but he has been listening in and prepared to speak to his items that are on the agenda. So I'll pass it over to him.
Usually we notice him when he's in the room, but somehow it's slipped this time. Welcome, Director Greathead, and feel free to go forward.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. I'm asking to reallocate funds from the road paving budget. So the administration's recommendation is that council recommend that the committee recommend that council direct administration to reallocate up to $22,000 from the budget line of road repairs to purchase a used 1.5 ton smooth drum roller, a vibratory compactor, and a trailer as well that's suitable for this. During the 2024 budget, council directed admin to conduct $250,000 worth of road resurfacing. The current process that we're following right now is we mill down about 30 to 50 millimeters of asphalt overlay and of asphalt, and then we overlay the remaining road base with 50 millimeters of new asphalt. Work plan has been really effective so far. It's really providing an efficient, lower cost way of maintaining our road surfaces. So the work plan this year, when we bid the work out, we were able to complete the section of Geeky from Elm to Larch Street at a cost of $227,500, and that leaves $22,500 underspent or unspent in this budget line. Many of the smaller patches and repairs that we make onto the roads, they're paid for out of budget, different budget items, such as a water main break that'll be costed to repairing the water main when we repave that road. So that's not part of our large capital projects. So administration's recommending that we purchase this 1.5 ton smooth drum roller, vibratory compactor, and the trailer. This is a vital piece of equipment for us to be able to complete any of the road repairs. And we're also able to use it at our sports fields, doing landscaping work, concrete base preparation, and other repairs where we need to really compact the ground and backfilling and stuff like that. The addition of compactor roller to the municipality's fleet will offer an improved level of service while reducing incurred rental and contractor expenses. Sometimes we rent these and they'll come up to probably about $1,200 a day. Then that's not including shipping and rental and transport. So I believe that we'll recover the cost of this quite quickly. And after reviewing many of the options that are currently available, we're recommending that we purchase these items from United Rentals. After discussions with the sales representative there, have agreed that there will be no cost for shipping this equipment, and the compactor is in Winnipeg and the trailer itself is in Terrace, BC. So that they had that up for sale. We've purchased from United Rentals previously and have been quite satisfied. Other than the we have our fiscal controls policy. I believe it's F109 that is applicable. This is why we are required to come to council. That I can't make this. Their directors and supervisors are not allowed to make arbitrary decisions outside of the scope of our work. So with a strategic relevance, this falls pretty much under organizational excellence. We'll be investing in the training and tools for the staff or that the staff require. Proactively plan for and invest in the maintenance and management of our natural assets and built infrastructure, and ensure residents receive quality services that provide strong value for the dollar. Inclusion considerations, the pothole repairs, when we're able to repair them with hot mix asphalt, we're able to get them to a nice and smooth level surface. And they actually hold up an awful lot better than the cold mix asphalt mix does. And thereby therefore it'll improve road safety and our walkability. Financially, there will be no impact to the 2024 budget as set out, and there's no request for additional money on this. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Director Greathead. And it looks like we've got two sets of questions, and I believe Councillor Hall is first.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is just a question for me to maybe understand the policy, because I might have assumed if there was $250,000 in the budget for road resurfacing, that $22,000 would just fall under that, like, I just want to know, I'm a bit confused, I thought. Maybe an explanation on the policy.
CEO Given.
Yeah, maybe Deputy Waxer, it might be easier for Director Malinchuk and I to handle that one from in the room. So the budget is explicit that it, 250,000 for road resurfacing, essentially meaning hire somebody, pay them to resurface number of meters of road, where this is Director Greathead is essentially asking to amend the capital budget to allow for the reallocation of buy a new piece of equipment, which is not what we said we would do at budget time. Director Greathead, I think, did a good job of highlighting the rationale. Hey, we've got a savings in this area. We can have an increased level of service, but we didn't actually say that we wanted to buy a piece of equipment. And I think there's an opportunistic spirit in the department to say, hey, we can, use some of the savings to give better service. And this council okay with that.
Thank you for that. I do approve, I would approve this recommendation. I just was wondering if it just would fall on road resurfacing. To me, I would assume a drum and roller and trailer would mean road resurfacing.
Councillor Wilson.
I have 3 questions. First one is, what size patches could we accomplish with this? Where do we source the hot mix asphalt? Do we have the capability of doing that ourselves? And then third question is, do we have the skilled labor ready to do this type of work?
Deputy Mayor Waxer, to speak to Councillor Wilson's questions. Yes, we do have the capability of doing this work, and we'd be able to resurface a patch probably as large as 15 meters by 10 meters with a load of hot mix. And the plant, we can buy hot mix off the plant in Hinton, so it won't cool down enough to be of any real consideration. And I know on a 3-person crew, we could easily shovel and hand bomb off with shovels off the back of a 5-ton dump truck or 10-ton dump truck, 21 tons a day. So we'd be able to complete quite a few patches in a day.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Is there a councillor willing then to make the motion? Sir Wilson.
I would make the motion that committee recommend council authorize the reallocation of 22,000 from the road repair capital budget to purchase a used 1.5-ton smooth drum roller and trailer.
All right, Councillor Demota.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Director Greathead, for the information. And I'm supporting this motion, and I think it's a great thing. Just for clarification on just some of the information there. Does some of the money that we recover as revenue from paid parking go towards the road repair capital budget?
I'm imagining that that's a Director Malinchuk kind of question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through to Councillor Demota. At this point, no, that is not going there. In the 2024 budget, we have redirected money to go towards the rec project and offsetting the debt with that, as well as redirecting some to go towards transit in the 2025 year. And that was discussed at budget time.
Right, and we didn't allocate any to general reserves this year, but we did last year.
Yes, so there's in policy, there is to continue on, there's a policy where we contribute a small amount through to the general reserves. I believe it was 10% of the amount. We have not done that for 2024 year end as of yet. We'll be doing that shortly.
All right.
So not currently.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was like, if the roads actually had access, or if that's where the money came from for those capital reserves in that area was from general. But anyway, like, I think that, sorry, I wasn't cutting you off. I just, like, for me, the intent, you know, part of recouping money from the visitors for paid parking, because it's a street related thing. Hopefully some of that, would go towards road repair, and I'm hoping down the road we have that sentiment, because I think, you know, some of the discussion in the communities, have you taken a look at some of our streets, and I like the fact that, you know, it's visible now that we're doing work in the community, and you know, we're moving forward and getting that all tidied up. But down the road, I'm kind of hoping that some of the intention of that parking revenue and other revenues related to transit and stuff, if we have surplus or revenue that we can attribute to that, that's exactly where I think it should go, some of it anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, and Director Malin.
Just to follow up on that statement, definitely within the context of the policy, there is a small amount that we are contributing back to the general reserves, just not the whole portion of it at the moment. So yes, there is some contribution, but it would be covering the full amount that we allocated in the budget, and it would come from the year-end annual surplus that we would be discussing in 2024 from the 2023 year.
Sounds like we're rolling in the right direction.
Okay. Now I've lost track of where we're at, but I believe we have a motion on the table, and I'd like to call the question. All those in favor? Motion carried unanimously. And I guess we would need to have Director Greathead stay on for this next, if he would like to, which is the National Public Works Week Proclamation. Sure. Would you like to speak to that, CAO Given, or is that to Director Greathead then?
I'll take it. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Recommendation right now is recommendation to council is that committee recommend council proclaim the week of May 19th to 25th Public Works Week. As a background, the American Public Works Association and the Canadian Public Works Association have for several years promoted the National Public Works Week as a tool to inform the public of the importance and value of the services provided by public works staff throughout towns, cities, and various levels of government. Public works is a large service area provided by local governments, which includes many separate sub functions and many critical functions that a community needs to thrive. Here in Jasper, the Public Works Department, our services are handled within the Operations and Utilities Department. We're responsible for ensuring that we provide safe, clean drinking water, the operation of a Class 4 wastewater treatment plant, all of our environmental reporting and regulatory compliance, road and sidewalk repairs, winter road maintenance, solid waste and recycling services, grounds, parks, and sports field maintenance, facility maintenance and asset management, fleet maintenance, capital project management, emergency management, staffing and support, encroachment and utility service requests, environmental stewardship, and so many others that I can't mention, and it covered it all. An important part to make though is that even though we have a base population of under 5,000 residents, the wastewater volumes produced, the water distribution usage, the waste and recycling volumes and traffic count suggest that during peak tourism hospitality service season, the municipality of Jasper hosts more than 30,000 people daily, which adds a significant demand to our staff. And the strategic relevance in here is to nurture the most important relationships that are within our organization, all of whom share a commitment to best serve our community. And I have attached a draft proclamation.
Thank you for that, Director Greathead. I'm sorry, I'm not sure, is this a process where the mayor reads out the proclamation, or it's just available to people to read on? Just after the, okay. Thank you for all of that, and if we would, is there a, I believe it's Councillor Devoto who would like to make that motion.
Sure, big fan of our crew, so I'm quite honored to be able to do this, even though it's not, today, that committee recommend council proclaim the week of May 19th to the 25th, Public Works Week.
If there's no debate, I'll call a question. All in favor? Thank you. We move, thank you. Director Gate is gone.
I wanted to say that I hope that those were hazard lights on and you're pulled over and you weren't caught in a roundabout with your signal on.
Move on then to the motion action list, CAO. Given.
Deputy Mayor Waxer, it gives me great pleasure to go through the motion action list, because I feel like today's one of those days where we get to do a bunch of check marks. The Clean Energy Improvement Program has been delivered. Of course, there is still the bylaw to come, but that will be updated with the item from today. The S block parking, that item from December of 23 has been completed. Of course, there's additional direction coming from that, so it'll be supplanted by a new item. Habitat for the Arts, Director Reed presented that. Obviously, it'll be up to Habitat to present further updates in the fall as they come forward. And the 2024 mill rate item was delivered here. And again, we have some new direction, but that item from December of last year has been completed. Also, on the second page, the ATCO Streetlight item has been delivered, and there's some direction arising from there. Further action next week. And then I hope that this will stand as a verbal update. Administration has provided the information to Parks Canada with respect to the Moline Canyon Transit Service request at the administrative level. My understanding is that at this time, they're going to choose not to proceed with that. Obviously, that's up to them to decide whether they would wish to or not. But administration has requested further service proposal details from Parks Canada. Obviously, this could come back at any time, but my suggestion would be that it could be eliminated from the motion action list at this time. Recognizing that they have all the information they need, it appears that at this time they're not going to move forward. If they wish to restart that issue, we bring it forward to council as appropriate. And those would be the updates to the motion action list that administration would propose that council could adopt by a motion confirming those updates.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you. I have one comment and then one question about the motion action list. I'm not sure if anybody saw over the weekend, the men's shed built a small fence for the Girl Guides for their tea, which was kind of neat. And I love how that organization is out there already. My question about crosswalks near school zones, it's more of a broad question. It's all going to be referred to this traffic advisory committee in eventually to form a, I guess not a policy, but what would you call it? A group's going to meet and discuss all this. When residents approach me on the street with concerns about crosswalks or stop signs or wheelchair accessible ramps, do I just direct them to is there going to be a list of things to knock off with this committee?
Deputy Mayor Waxer for Councillor Hall. So I would say it depends. If the issue is that there's a sign missing, lines aren't painted, it's really an operational matter. We'd certainly encourage council members to direct residents. We have a number of sort of service call lines, or if you have something that you want to pass on to administration, you can certainly do that through me, and we can make sure that operational concerns are taken care of. If there are things that are of a more structural nature, we need flashing pedestrian indicator signs at this location, or there is no crosswalk here, but there should be one. Those would be the types of things that we want to make sure we refer to the committee so that there can be a bit of a look at, well, maybe there's some reason why we don't have that. There might be an engineering reason or an enforcement reason. and we try to pull together the team to have a holistic look at any issue. Sorry for not being able to be more direct. It depends on the nature of the service request that you're getting from a resident. By all means, anything that council members hear, certainly raise it, direct to me, and I can identify whether it's a sort of an operational thing that we can take care of, or whether it's a structural thing that we might need either council direction on or some guidance from that.
If there's no other comments, is someone willing to make the motion, we accept those changes to the motion action list. Councillor Milton, all those in favor? We move on to upcoming meetings. Anyone have some reports? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Waxer. Last Wednesday, I attended a Jasper Yellowhead Historical Society meeting. And on Thursday, there'll be a Community Futures monthly meeting, which Councillor Demota and myself will be doing virtually, I believe.
Yeah, initially it was supposed to be in Grand Cache, but they're having some smoke issues over there right now. So shout out to our friends over there.
Anyone else? Oh, Councillor Hall.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Last Wednesday evening, I was able to attend the State of Municipality dinner with the Chamber, and I just want to congratulate Mayor Ireland for a very inspirational address. And this evening, I will be attending a library board meeting on the 17th, and then on Friday, I think there's a few of us that will be involved in some Indigenous culture training in town here.
There's no other report. Then we will move on to upcoming events. Has anyone got any additions? And a reminder that I believe on Wednesday is NETMA. If not, we move on to item 11, the in-camera. I do not believe that we will be bringing anything back to the council table as a result of this meeting. And thank you all who are online for hanging in there. This was a long one, and we appreciate your attendance. So can I have a call to move into camera? In camera, Councillor Hall, all those in favor? Thank you.